Chapter 1. First Contact. It was late in the night of the ever-peaceful village of Konoha. One figure could be seen walking in the woods behind the Hokage monument. It was a young boy with bright blonde hairs and deep oceanic blue eyes. It had been a month since he was thrown out of the orphanage, and he was seriously starting to feel hunger, thirst, but above all sadness. Naruto wandered the woods with no particular goal in mind, just thinking about why everyone in the streets looked at him with hate and disgust in their eyes. Damn, I'm so tired. It's been 2 days since I last ate, he thought, as he remembered behind the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, where he found some leftovers in the garbage that was still edible. Then all of a sudden he sees something moving behind between the bushes, a kunai suddenly embedded in the tree only an inch apart from where his head is. There he is, guys. It's our lucky day. The demon is alone in this remote place, said a man. He was not alone, as Naruto could hear numerous more footsteps coming in his direction. What do you want, mister? Asked Naruto with obvious fear in his voice. What do I want? I want my son back, you monster, said the man as the other men and women who had been with him gathered around Naruto. Your son? Where is he? Replied Naruto, not understanding what this man's son had to do with him. Don't play the innocent with me, demon. You killed him, and I'm finally gonna get my revenge tonight, said the angered man as more and more people joined him. Then the crowd broke apart to let one man advance. He was dressed in shinobi gears, but Naruto did not know how to tell which rank he was. He started to see that the crowd was actually composed of several of those shinobis, all wearing headbands with a leaf sign, between the people in regular civilian clothes. Mr. Shinobi-san, please help me. This man wants to hurt me, but I'm innocent, the first swear, said Naruto with tears in his eyes. As he was about to add something else, he never saw the man taking a kunai from his pouch and throwing it hard in his direction. The kunai hit his chest, and Naruto could only gasp as the pain he felt prevented him from saying anything. Then all went dark. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk contemplating the volume of paperwork he still had to do before he could call it a night. The council he had just left was more or less a repeat of what happened every year at the same date for the last 6 years. The council was composed of 3 powers: the ninja, the civilians, and the elders. The ninja side was composed of the different clan heads of Konoha's noble families. Fugaku Uchiha from the Uchiha clan, Hayashi Hyuga from the Hyuga clan, Sum Inuzuka from the Inuzuka clan, Shibi Aburame from the Aburame clan, Shikaku Nara from the Nara clan, Inoichi Yamanaka from the Yamanaka clan, Choza Akimichi from the Akimichi clan, Asuma Sarutobi from the Sarutobi clan. The civilian side was composed of the most powerful civilian families, and finally the elder side was composed of Sarutobi's old teammates, Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo. Today's council meeting had been initialized by the civilian members once again with the same subject: Naruto Uzumaki. Flashback. Council chamber. We cannot let that demon continue to grow up, Hokage-sama, said one of the civilian representative. We have to kill it before it is too late, added another civilian before the Sandaime flared his killing intent in the room, silencing all the civilians while the shinobi experienced mild discomfort. You will do nothing to the boy. And need I remind you all fools that the law regarding his tenant is still effective. The next offender will be accordingly punished, barked Sarutobi. Seeing an opening, Danzo tried to play his cards. Maybe a compromise, Sarutobi. If I could, started Danzo as he was immediately cut by the Sandaime. He will not be placed in one of your youth centers either, Danzo, added the Sandaime as he thought about Root. And even though he knew Danzo never really abandoned his operation, he had no proof to stop the man. Maybe if we could adopt, started the Inuzuka clan matriarch Tsum, only to be cut by another clan head. Never. The Uchiha will not allow that demo thing to be adopted in a Konoha noble family. It would ruin the balance between them, said a smirking Fugaku, ignoring the glare he received from Tsum. End of flashback. Today's meeting ended in the same manner as all the meetings about Naruto in the past. Any idea to improve the boy's life was either blocked by the civilian council or the elders. Any attempt to adopt the boy was also vetoed. Sarutobi could only block the civilians' ridiculous attempts to kill the boy he came to see as a grandson. Speaking about the boy, Sarutobi had just came home from a long-month trip to Suna and wondered what his surrogate grandson was doing. He tried to visit the boy as often as he could, but his responsibilities as Hokage never allowed him to visit the boy more than once a month. He was a bit surprised that the civilian representatives had asked for a council meeting just after his return to the village this morning, but thought no more of it and decided to postpone his visit to his grandson to tomorrow. That was when he felt an explosion of chakra, so dark and evil that it could only mean one thing. "Naruto," said the Sandaime as he used his crystal ball to locate the boy. His eyes widened at what he saw. Naruto's location in the woods. Bodies were flying everywhere. Blood covered the whole area as Naruto stood there, in the middle of this hell. His eyes were slitted and red. His whiskers marks were more pronounced. He looked around to see that no one from the previous crowd was alive. Ninja and civilians, men and women all dead. Then slowly he closed his eyes as he fell to the ground unconscious. Mindscape. Naruto wandered through what looked like sewers. He felt like someone or something was pulling him as he moved in autopilot to reach his destination. A giant prison cell with a sign that read, "Seal" on it. He paid no mind to the bars and easily slipped through and went further inside the cell. He took a few steps inside when he saw a woman on the ground, panting, trying to regain her breath. She was beautiful. She had red hairs and red eyes. She wore a black kimono and no shoes. She had the body of a goddess, and what surprised him was the two appendages he saw on her head that looked like fox ears, and more importantly the 9 tails that were flowing behind her back. "Ano, miss, are you all right?" he asked. She turned her head in his direction and her eyes widened when she saw him. "Naruto-kun, you're here," she said as she ran to him and enveloped him in a hug with tears in her eyes. "I was so scared for you when I saw what was happening outside," said the woman as she continued to hug him. "Do I know you, miss? How do you know my name?" asked the boy, a little embarrassed with the first contact he ever shared with a woman. She released the hug at his question and took a few steps back before lowering her head. She mumbled, "I'm so sorry, Naruto-kun. I am the reason why everybody hates you, why you are all alone in this world," she said with tears freely flowing from her red eyes. "How is it possible? I mean, I never saw you. How could you be responsible for what the villagers call me?" asked the boy. "Do you know of what happened 6 years ago when Konoha almost faced total destruction?" replied the woman. "Yes, the Kyuubi attacked the village and killed a lot of people before the Yondaime killed it," answered Naruto. "No, that's not entirely the truth of what happened. You see, Kyuubi cannot be killed. Even if it sustained important damage, it would just reform somewhere else after some time," said the woman before continuing. "The Yondaime had no other choice but to seal the Kyuubi. He sealed it inside a newborn to ensure that the massive chakra could be absorbed and not destroy the chakra system of an already developed body." Naruto's eyes widened as he realized where what she said was going. "Me," he said in a low voice. "I truly am the demon who took so many lives," he continued before she cut him. "You are wrong, Naruto-kun. I am the Kyuubi and we are two different entities," she said. "Then that means we are," he started. "Yes, we are in the seal in a dimension that you could call your mindscape," she said. "When you were stabbed earlier, I forced all the chakra I could out to help you," she added. He stayed silent for a long time, then he asked her, "Why? Why did you help me if you are the same demon that attacked the village 6 years ago?" "I will not tell you everything, but I can tell you that it was not my intention to attack the village. I was forced to do it by someone with incredible powers," she answered. "You did not answer me. Why help me? Don't you have the chance to escape if I die?" he asked again. "I never wanted for you to suffer. I tried desperately to contact you for all those years, but the seal prevented me from doing so. The injury you received tonight triggered something that allowed me to help you tonight," she told him. He closed the distance between them and then completely surprised her when he hugged her and said, "I believe you, Q-chan. You are the only one besides Gigi who ever helped me in all my life." She was surprised that he did not feel hatred towards her, but returned the hug and said, "Do you not fear me now that you know that I am the Kyuubi?" "Why should I fear you? You are the most beautiful woman I ever saw, Q-chan. You can't be a bad person," he said to her. She blushed at his answer before she shed more tears and smiled at him. "Thank you. Thank you so much, Naruto-kun, and I'm so relieved that you don't hate me. But you should know that my real name isn't Kyuubi. Kyuubi is my title. My real name is Natsuki. It's nice to meet you, Nachan. I am Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage of Konoha, he said with a smile on his face and determination in his eyes. She blushed again at the nickname he gave her. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Naruto. I will do everything within my power to help you achieve your dream. For that, our encounter has unlocked your ability from me being sealed in you, she said. What ability? He asked with excitement in his voice. You have now the ability to control the wind to a level no one has ever reached. With the appropriate training, you will become unstoppable, she answered with pride. Sugoi, I'm awesome, he exclaimed. We will talk about training later. You must go for now, you are starting to wake up, she said. Will I see you again, Nachan? He asked, blushing. Yes, we can talk to each other now that we made our first contact, she answered with a smile as he started to fade away. Konoha Hospital. As he started to wake up, Naruto opened his eyes and saw he was in a hospital room. Then he saw his grandfather figure. You're finally back, Gigi. Chapter 2, Training Years. Konoha Residential District. Naruto was alone in his apartment thinking about all that had happened in the last 6 years since that fateful night where he discovered why everyone hated him. He was the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Kitsune, prison for the most powerful demon to have ever walked the earth. He lived alone in this apartment since that night. Remembering how he came to live here made him smile. Flashback. 6 years ago, Konoha Hospital after the incident. Naruto opened his eyes after the conversation with Natsuki to find himself in a hospital room. The Sandaime Hokage was there with a sad smile on his face. Naruto, my boy, how do you feel? Asked the old man. Like someone who's been stabbed. What do you think, Gigi? Answered the boy with a slight irritation in his voice, making the old man lower his head in shame. I'm sorry I was not here for you, Naruto, but can you tell me what you remember from last night? Replied the old man. Naruto, it's me, Natsuki. Stay calm and repeat after me. He instantly remembered the voice of his newest friend and followed her lead. He explained how he was thrown out of the orphanage 1 month ago, just the day after Sarutobi left for his diplomatic mission in Suna. He talked about how he survived from the streets alone during that month, and finally he finished with the event that took place the last night up to the point where he felt the stab wound on his chest and lost consciousness due to the pain. The old man fumed at the thought of the civilian council taking advantage of his diplomatic mission to try to take out the boy. He realized why they called for a meeting as soon as he arrived in Konoha. Most likely they tried to starve the boy to death, or at least weaken him to the point where he could not even put a fight or attempt to escape when they finally make their move. They would then justify his death with their ridiculous attempt during the meeting and make the boy's body disappear at the same time. Naruto, it's important. Do you remember anything from after when you were stabbed yesterday? He asked the boy to try to discover if he came in contact with his tenant. No, Gigi. All I know is that I woke up here, answered the boy with no doubt in his voice. Where will I live now, Gigi? The people at the orphanage kicked me out and they never let any of the other children play with me, asked Naruto with sadness in his voice. Sarutobi frowned at the boy's words and cursed the stupidity and ignorance of the people. Naruto, I have a solution to your problem, but first I need to ask you a question. Do you want to become a ninja, to serve your village, and to become a protector of the will of fire? Asked the old man, his eyes looking directly into the young boy's eyes. Really, Gigi, you will let me become a ninja? Answered an excited Naruto. Sarutobi chuckled at the boy, then answered, Yes, Naruto, starting tomorrow you will enter the academy. You will get an apartment and you will come to me each week to get your money to buy what you need. How's that sound? That's great, Gigi. I will become the best shinobi. Just wait, I'll show them all who I am, exclaimed the boy with conviction. End of flashback. The last 6 years have been quite exciting for Naruto. After one day at the academy, he understood that those teachers would never teach him anything of value to help him in his future career. It did not stop him from wanting to become a shinobi. He knew he had an instructor that would help him develop his natural talent in the shinobi arts. Thinking about her made him remember the training he went through to reach the level he has now. Flashback. 6 years ago after the first day at the academy. Nachan, are you sure they were lying to me about teaching me how to be a proper shinobi? Asked the young boy to his tenant. Yes, Naruto, I'm sure you will learn in time to read people's emotion and you will be able to tell when someone is lying to you, answered the vixen. Okay, so how will I be able to become the best shinobi if no one is willing to teach me? Asked a dejected Naruto. Did you forget who you are speaking to? I have thousands years of experience and I doubt you could find someone better than me to explain to you how your bloodline works. Natsuki answered. What? I have a bloodline, what is it? Can I have the cool eyes like those ninja I saw once? Asked the boy. Natsuki had to facepalm at his answer. Do you not remember last night when I said that you unlocked my ability? Ha, yes, the wind thing. So that's my bloodline? He had to smile at his previous question. Actually, that's only one of your bloodlines. You have another one that must come from one of your parents. Did you note that you never experienced illness? Or the fact that you heal a lot faster than anyone else around you? Answered Natsuki. No, I thought it was normal and everyone else was the same, he said with a sweat drop. It also gives your body very high adaptability to any environment. That's why you have enormous amount of chakra. The seal converts permanently my chakra into your body to increase your own reserves, continued the vixen before she saw a frown on his face. Is it not dangerous for you, Nachan, if I take all of your chakra? He asked with concern in his voice. He did not want to lose the first friend he made aside the old man. She was touched at his concern for her. Don't worry. I have plenty of chakra, and you did not even tap the surface of my first tail up to this day, she said to comfort him. Okay, so when will you teach me that wind thing? Will I be able to fly? Will I launch Godzilla wind monsters at my enemies? Asked an overexcited boy who forgot all of his previous concern. Easy, Tiger, you will learn everything in time, I promise you. For now your body is not ready yet, and since those fools at the academy won't teach you anything, we will adapt the best we can to your situation, she said in a strong voice to make him realize this was important. Since we can't do much during your day at the academy, you will rest your body and come inside your mindscape with me to learn what you can. It shouldn't be too hard, you just have to sleep all day like that boy with the pineapple haircut. The instructor won't bother you since they basically ignore you anyway. Then when you leave the academy you will go train your body every night. She finished to explain to him. Okay, that sounds like a plan, answered the boy with determination. End of flashback. And so his days went like that for 6 years. He remembered the schedule Natsuki made for him to complete his curriculum. The first 2 years were exclusively occupied with physical exercises to prepare his body for the future techniques he would learn. During his mindscape training he would learn about the theory of chakra, how it was formed and what it could do. The third year was devoted to learn the Kitsune Taijutsu style. It was a style that was based on evasive movements, feints, and counters. He developed the body to use this style, flexibility, and some light muscle work that allowed swift and fast movements. During the day he would learn various subjects with Natsuki, ranging from philosophy to strategy. The fourth year was used to develop his ability with weapons. He learned everything from the use of kunai, shuriken, senbon to swordplay. Natsuki taught him the Kitsune Kenjutsu style. Strangely, she said that a bokken would suffice and that he didn't need to wield heavy weapons. He did not want to argue with her, so he did just as he was told. During the day he would learn all about science, and Natsuki insisted that this was a very important subject for his future. The fifth year was basic ninjutsu training. Natsuki decided to teach him every basic jutsu he would need in the future. He learned henge, kawarimi, but he had difficulties to learn the bunshin. Natsuki saw immediately the problem and decided to teach him the kage bunshin. Of course she knew of the technique advantage and had planned to teach it to him after that anyway. He spent the year perfecting those techniques and even learned the shunshin displacement technique. The final year she decided it was finally time to teach him how to use his bloodline. He did try the test of the chakra paper, but his affinity to wind was so high the moment he started to channel chakra into the paper it exploded in hundreds of pieces. She thought that even if he did possess a second affinity, the first one was so powerful this test could not tell what the second one would be. Flashback. 1 year ago. Well, this test won't tell us any more than what we already knew, said Natsuki. So what do I do to use my bloodline? Asked the ever-excited blonde. For starters, your bloodline gives you total control over the wind element. You won't need any hand sign to launch wind-based jutsus. In a fight where 2 opponents of the same strength face each other, your speed of execution will determine your victory, she said first. Additionally, you will not have to call the jutsu either before launching it. Just thinking about it is enough before you launch it. In a mission where stealth or the surprise effect is needed, this will be a great asset to you. She continued. Finally, and this is where all the lessons I had you take in science come, your mastery over wind is so powerful you will have the ability to control or counter any other elemental attack used against you by just using your wind element, she finished. Naruto had been silent the entire time, nodding occasionally, but this needed explanation. What do you mean I can control or counter any elemental technique used against me, Nachan? He asked in a confused voice. I know, for example, that fire elemental jutsus easily trump wind elemental jutsus, he continued. Excellent, Naruto, I see you remembered what I told you about the elements, she said with pride before continuing. Now remind me the basics on the fire element, she asked with a smirk on her face. Fire manipulation is based on the ability of the user to expel his chakra in a combustible material to lit it, and the reaction continues as long as the combustible is present, and the user channels his chakra for the technique, he recited. Pim-pom. Good answer again. Now tell me, what is the most common combustible used during the fire manipulation jutsus? Her smirk was more and more confusing until he understood where she was going. His eyes widened. Oxygen. The ninja uses the oxygen in the air to fuel his technique, and I have complete mastery over wind and consequently the air between him and me, so no oxygen, no fire. That's genius, Nachan, he shouted. That is correct, Naruto, and it is basically the same for all the other elemental techniques, just with some adaptations, nothing you couldn't find by yourself, she answered. End of flashback. And so his last year was dedicated to learn wind jutsus as well as finding counters to all the other elemental jutsus that would be used against him. The only problem with his training is that, as it was a secret training and he did not reveal to anyone that he could communicate with his tenant or that he had an incredible bloodline, not even to the old man. As a consequence, he could not test the results of his counter techniques, as he had no way to throw any jutsu other than wind based on himself as a test subject. He wouldn't let this get to him as he thought about the next day. It was indeed the time for the Chunin exams, and starting tomorrow he would become a true shinobi of Konoha. Of course, he kept in a corner of his mind that a certain duck-ass in his graduating class had an uncanny ability to use fire jutsus, and that he could use this information to provoke the Emo King into a sparring session just to test run his control over his bloodline. Chapter 3: Chunin Exams. Naruto's apartment. It's finally the day of the Chunin exams as Naruto wakes up in his comfy apartment. It was a pretty well-equipped apartment. Naruto remembered when he first got here everything was old, dirty, and barely usable. He went over the money the old man gave him for the week and decided to make a list of what he would need and how much he could save each week to buy new furniture with the help of Natsuki. They were surprised the first time Naruto tried to buy groceries at a nearby store. The shopkeeper gave Naruto a scowl and tripled the price when the time to pay came. Naruto didn't think much of it except for the fact that he would need to save money for a long time before he could afford new things for his apartment that were not of great priority. Of course, Natsuki knew better than the gullible young boy and explained to him that the shops were ripping him off. With the vixen advice, he went to the old man and asked why prices were doubled or tripled for him. Needless to say, the old man was pissed and went himself with the boy to each store he would need to buy things from in the future and discreetly threatened each store with the closure of their business and removal of their license in Konoha should they try again to rip off the young boy. Needless to say, life went a lot better for Naruto after that event. He finally got out of his bed and started his morning ritual. After that, he changed clothes and put on his ninja gears. His shinobi gears consisted of white ANBU style pants, a white long-sleeve shirt with a black Jonin-style protection vest, black fingerless gloves, and finally black shinobi boots. "Are you awake, Nachan?" asked the 12-years-old teenager. "Yes, Naruto, I am. So are you excited? It is finally the day you become a shinobi," replied the vixen in his mind. "You bet I am. What level of skill do you think I should show during the exams?" Naruto said. If we look at this considering who would be in your team after the exams, I think you need to take the spot of Rookie of the Year, she answered. "What do you mean? Can you predict who will be my teammates if I graduate with the best scores in today's exams?" he asked, a little confused. "Yes, remember when we learned about previous exams to prepare you for today and how Konoha tends to team up the Rookie of the Year with the top kunoichi of the class and then with the student scoring the lowest score?" told Natsuki. "Yes, you're right, this way I won't have to be with the team. Looking at everyone's previous grades, I'd say Hinata or Sakura would be the top kunoichi, while Kiba or Shikamaru would be the lowest student who passed. Analyzed Naruto. Yes, that is correct. You can't stand that spoiled brat with the god complex, and you know that I hate his guts too, so there's really no point to keep on hiding your skills at this point. She added. Furthermore, you should limit your exposure to Chunin skill level as to not be too suspicious. While rare, that kind of skill isn't impossible to reach for an academy student in his last year, she said to reply to his question. That makes sense. I will hide my more powerful techniques for later then. Thanks, Nachan. He finished their conversation. With that, he left his apartment, locked the door, and then used Shunshin to get to the academy's roof. Konoha Academy. A small poof was heard on top of the academy's roof, and Naruto slowly made his way to his classroom for what he swore would be his last day in this building. Upon entering his classroom, he saw that he was the last to arrive. His class was composed of most of Konoha's future clan heads. Aburame Shino, heir to the Aburame clan, and a guy Naruto never talked to up to this day. Akimichi Chuji, heir to the Akimichi clan, and someone Naruto never saw without some food. Hyuga Hinata, heiress to the Hyuga clan, and a girl Naruto never saw finish a sentence without a stutter. Inuzuka Kiba, heir to the Inuzuka clan, and someone who always liked to pick a fight with the Uchiha. Some kind of alpha male thing, as he remembered Natsuki explaining to him. Nara Shikamaru, heir to the Nara clan and laziest person Naruto ever met. Uchiha Sasuke, heir to the Yukika clan, even though said clan was in fact only him as the rest died in an obscure accident years ago. The Uchiha had to be the most arrogant person Naruto ever met, and even though he had some skills, he thought of himself being God's gift to the shinobi nations. Yamanaka Ino, heiress to the Yamanaka clan and the most superficial girl in the class. The rest of the students were from civilians' families, and only one or two had the skill to become a true ninja, Haruno Sakura being one of them if she ever decided to get her head out of the Uchiha's ass. The Chunin instructors Yumino Akura and his assistant Mizuki entered the classroom and described what the tests would be about. The first part was a written exam. Naruto knew all the answers and calmly filled his exam paper with the good answers. He finished the test in half an hour and waited patiently for the rest of the time. The second part was about weapon accuracy. Students had to throw 10 kunai and after that 10 shuriken at different targets placed on the practice field. The students were called in alphabetic order. Shino scored 7 on the kunai exam and 7 on the shuriken exam. Chuji scored 7 on the kunai exam and 6 on the shuriken exam. Hinata scored 9 on the kunai exam and 9 on the shuriken exam. Excellent, Hinata, said Irika with pride, while the girl just blushed and discreetly took her place back in the crowd. Kiba scored 5 on the kunai exam and 5 on the shuriken exam. He left the launching spot with a scowl on his face. Shikamaru scored 5 on the kunai exam and 6 on the shuriken exam. Sasuke scored 10 on the kunai exam and 9 on the shuriken exam. He had a scowl on his face as the last shuriken throw didn't have enough strength to stay embedded in the target. He left the spot with a smirk on his face, looking at the next contestant. Beat that dobe, he said as he left the place. Naruto went to his spot with a bored expression on his face. He analyzed the distance of each target in his mind and prepared to launch his weapons. High-speed penetration power, straight path to the target, air resistance decreased by a factor 3, small layer of wind chakra applied to each kunai. He thought in his mind before launching all 10 kunai at the same time. The crowd went silent as each kunai hit the target in the center and embedded itself deeply inside with such strength that the support holding back each target went a few inches backward. Irika's eyes widened at the sight and Sasuke's smirk instantly disappeared and he said, "Lucky shot, dobe," while he mentally fumed at what just happened in front of him. Naruto took the insult silently and prepared himself for the next part of the exam with a smirk. Low-speed penetration power, curve path to the target, air resistance decreased by a factor 2, medium-sized layer of wind chakra applied to each shuriken, he thought in his mind. This time he launched each shuriken one at a time with very large movements from his throwing arm, giving each shuriken a different curving path to hit every target dead in the center once again. Everyone's jaw dropped to the ground, including the instructors. Naruto left the spot saying to no one in particular. He said, "Man, I'm so lucky today. Wonder what's going on," with a grin on his face. "The very good, Naruto, you must be very lucky today," announced Irika before initiating the next part of the exams. Now is the time to assess your taijutsu level, continued the Chunin. Students were paired 2 by 2 and the matches went on for 3 minutes each time, and the students scoring the most points by hitting designated area of their opponent's body won. Every fight went on until the last 2 boys were called. Uchiha Sasuke versus Uzumaki Naruto called Irika. The dobe will pay for the humiliation he put me through earlier, thought the black-haired teen. Is it luck or not that I have to face the emo king here, wondered the blonde. Hajime, called Irika. Sasuke charged immediately at his opponent and launched a barrage of punches and kicks. Naruto simply danced around his opponent, making good use of the excellent footwork he developed for the Kitsune Taijutsu style. The fight went on like this for 2 minutes and 30 seconds until the Uchiha, quite tired from his attempts to hit the blonde, tried to bait him into charging. Don't know what kind of style you are using, dobe, but the one who invented it must be pretty stupid to use a style where you don't even have an offensive attack, he said with a smirk. Am I supposed to charge at him with everything I have while yelling to defend my master's honor? What an idiotic taunt, thought the blonde before a grin made its way on his face. I'll give him what he wants then. Futon. Kaze no Yoroi, thought Naruto, charging wind chakra into his body before disappearing from his original position, leaving several afterimages in his path. Using his own family stance, Sasuke blocked the strike, or he thought he did, as an afterimage charged right through him and he lowered his guard. Then the real Naruto followed after that and delivered a powerful hit into his opponent's solar plexus, effectively cutting the air circulation in Sasuke's body. The black-haired boy fell to the ground silently, already unconscious before touching the ground. Irika woke up from his stupor and announced the winner, Shousha Uzumaki Naruto by KO. In 2 minutes and 35 seconds earns maximum points, before he took the Uchiha's body over his shoulder to proceed to the infirmary. The exam took a short recess for everyone to go eat and then resumed after that. The last part of this year's exams is the ninjutsu proficiency, he told his students. The exam went without a problem for Naruto, as he had already learned all the techniques that the instructors asked him to perform to pass the exam. He took his headband, and as he left the room he noticed the scowl on Mizuki's face. He left it in a corner of his mind and proceeded to the exit. When the last part was over, every student returned to his desk and Irika congratulated the new genins while he gave some words of encouragement to those who failed. Now is the time to announce the scores for the spot of Rookie and Kunoichi of the year. He would not announce the student who passed with the lowest grade, as it was not something to really be proud of, nor did said student really needed a public humiliation. For the spot of Kunoichi of the year, Hyuga Hinata, he said with pride. The girl blushed, but she could stand up and bow to her teacher before sitting back. Now for this year top student and rookie of the year, Uzumaki Naruto, he said again with pride in his voice. Before Naruto could move, Sasuke stood up from his desk. What? This is not possible. How could this clanless fool be higher than me, a Uchiha? I demand you change the ranking and give me the title of Rookie of the Year, he said with rage. Before Irika could put the arrogant fool in his place, Naruto stood up. Dude, you're seriously messed up? Did the beating earlier give you amnesia or something? I scored higher than you in weapon accuracy and obviously in taijutsu. Our written exam results should be pretty close, and ninjutsu proficiency is the same too, since I doubt any of us failed any of those jutsus, said the blonde. As Sasuke went to reply again with a scowl on his face, Naruto cut him by saying, well, I feel generous today and I'll humor you. How about a spar to set in stone who the rookie of this year is? No move restriction, only rule is to not kill. How's that sound? Fine by me, dobe, replied Sasuke. Irika-sensei? Asked Naruto. Are you sure, Naruto? Replied the Chunin to receive a nod from his student. All right then, you got 3 minutes, not 1 second more, and Hajime, he said with a sigh. Sasuke immediately fell into a combat stance and launched 2 shuriken in Naruto's direction. Wow, talk about non-lethal moves, thought the blonde as he easily sidestepped the incoming weapons. Sasuke used the weapons as a distraction to immediately attack Naruto in a taijutsu opposition. The fight went on again like earlier, with the occasional kunai or shuriken thrown by the Avenger until he once again lost his patience and started to do hand signs. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, he said as he expelled a huge fireball in Naruto's direction. Irika was about to interfere to save Naruto when said blonde lifted his hand in Irika's direction, telling him to stand down. The Chunin complied, fear in his eyes. Now not too flashy, but still enough to put him in his place. He thought for a second before preparing for his counter. Oxygen concentration decreased by 100% in a small radius field and wind lateral speed reduced by 100% in a medium radius field for 10 seconds. He tough as he expelled his chakra into a field around him just small enough to cover his body for the duration of Sasuke's jutsu as the wind around him instantly stopped. The fireball continued its course in Naruto's direction, and as it reached its target, it simply dispelled itself into emptiness. This left the entire assembly wide-eyed as Naruto said, "Was that supposed to do something?" The next moment he was already behind a shocked Sasuke and delivered a powerful chop to his opponent's neck, effectively taking him out. "W winner Uzumaki Naruto," said Irika as he called the fight. "Don't forget to come back tomorrow for team placement," he finished. "Well, let's get back, Nachan. I'm finally a genin," he said to his tenant as he left the field. Chapter 4: Truth and Love. Naruto's apartment. It was the night right after the genin exams and Naruto was about to go to bed. He thought about everything that had changed for him today. He was now a genin of Konoha, a protector of the will of fire and an adult in the eyes of the rest of the world. This last revelation made him wonder how tonight's conversation would go with Natsuki. Thinking about the vixen made him smile, not the fake smile he usually displayed to everyone in Konoha. No, this was a true smile of happiness. The two shared a very friendly relationship. Natsuki was the only one who knew the real Naruto, and since the night of the accident, they shared a telepathic link that allowed them to communicate with each other through Naruto's mind. Naruto always shared everything he had with Natsuki. Well, almost everything. There was this one thing that he had hidden from her, a thing that he wanted to reveal to her when he felt the time was right. Tonight would be the time for him to tell her how he truly feels about her. Tonight Naruto will confess his love to the woman who stole his heart from the moment he understood what love is. The thought that she could reject him terrified the young blonde, but Natsuki always taught him to face his problems head-on and to never let fear stop him from moving on with his hardships. With those thoughts in mind, he decided to call it a night and join Natsuki in his mindscape for what would be the most important conversation they had had together in all his life. He slowly closed his eyes and relaxed his mind, letting sleep take over him. Mindscape. Naruto drifted into his mindscape and made his way to Natsuki's location. The mindscape had changed drastically since the first time he was there. Now, instead of the chaotic, desolated sewers, he stood in a beautiful clearing with an average-sized house in the center. He made his way inside the house to find Natsuki asleep in the couch of the living room. She wore an additional necklace that she didn't have during their first encounter. It was a beautiful silver necklace with a red ruby stone in the center. On the stone could be read the kanji for seal, engraved in gold characters in it. He took a few steps forward to join her and began to slowly caress her hair. His action slowly woke her up with a smile on her face. "Nachan, wake up," he said slowly as he continued to run his hand through her hair. "Narukuin, you're here, so how does it feel to take the first step towards your dream?" she asked as she opened her eyes. "Feels great, Nachan. Today when I left the academy building, I felt like I could take on the world, that nothing was impossible for me," he answered with lots of determination in his voice. "I'm so proud of you. I'm sure that one day you will be the light of Konoha. Everyone will see you for the great and kind soul you are, as I do," she said to him. "It's all thanks to you, Nachan. I don't know where I would be today without you with me. Most likely I would still be wandering the streets aimlessly or worse," he said with emotion. "I came to tell you something tonight. Please let me finish before you reply. It is very important to me," he pleaded, and she gave him a nod to continue. "I don't know where to start, so I'll just say it from my heart. Nachan, I love you. I've been in love with you for a long time now, and I just wanted for you to know. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, and I feel safe to talk about anything with you without fear. I know that I'm far from the best you could have as a boyfriend, but I promise you to always be there for you and protect you with all my might until the end of time," he said to her, looking straight into her eyes. "I want you to know that I will find a way to get you out of the seal, that I promise you. Even if you don't like me back, I will honor this oath I make to you," he finished and then looked to the ground nervously. "If only you knew," she thought with tears in her eyes. Before I give you my answer, I want you to listen to me as I listen to you and do not interrupt me until I am done, okay? She asked him, to which he also gave her a nod of acceptance. As you know, I told you I was sealed in you the day of your birth by the Yondaime after I lost control of myself and attacked Konoha due to one man we will talk about later. What you don't know is what, or more importantly, where I was before all this happened. Before your birth, I was sealed inside you, mother, my second Jinchuriki. She said as Naruto's eyes widened at the revelation, but he remained silent as he promised. Your mother's name was Uzumaki Kushina, and she was chosen to be my Jinchuriki after the last one, because of her Uzumaki bloodline that made her the perfect host for me. Female Uzumaki Jinchuriki possess a bloodline that allow them to have control over the bijou, but we'll talk about that later. Unfortunately, female Jinchuriki also have a weakness, childbirth. When comes the day they give birth to a child, the seal holding back the bijou will weaken severely. The day you were born, the seal on Kushina failed and I was forced out of her body by a man with very high powers. I didn't even have the time to realize I was outside again after so long that he used a jutsu on me to cloud my mind with his hypnotic suggestion. The next thing I remember is waking up sealed inside you. So there you have it. I am the reason you are all alone in this world, feared and hated by all. She finished her tale with tears freely flowing out of her red eyes as she waited for his reaction. After a long time lost in his thought, Naruto looked back into Natsuki's eyes. This is not what I asked you. I still want to know how you feel about me, he said. Of course I love you too. You are a kind and gentle soul. Any female would be crazy not to accept your feelings. You are everything I could hope for in a mate. I was just so afraid you would hate me for my past that I couldn't bring myself to tell you about your mother until today, but your confession left me with no other choice. She answered truthfully. Then it doesn't change my feelings for you, Nachan. While I'm not entirely happy that you didn't tell me about my mom until today, I understand where you're coming from, as I felt the same thinking about what I'd do if you didn't like me back. Furthermore, as you already told me the first time we met, it was not in your intention to attack Konoha that night. You were forced to do it, and we will talk about that mysterious man later, he said with conviction in his voice to reassure her. With nothing else holding them back anymore, they slowly made their way to each other and shared their first kiss ever. The kiss was everything Naruto imagined it would be, tender at first as their lips made contact, then full of passion as she parted her lips for their tongues to collide. Naruto didn't know how long they stayed like this, but he couldn't care less. Nothing else in the world mattered at this moment, as he wished it would forever go on. When they finally parted, bright blue oceanic eyes stared into deep volcanic red eyes. Natsuki Kyubi no Yoko. This is the greatest feeling ever. I love you more than anything in this corrupted world. Naruto Uzumaki. I love you too with all my heart, she replied before she noticed he was starting to fade away. Looks like it's already the morning outside, said Naruto sadly as he felt himself being pulled out of his mindscape. I'll see you soon, Narukuin. Don't be late for your team placement today, she said as he finally left his mindscape. Back in Naruto's room, Naruto woke up with the biggest smile ever on his face. He never felt so alive, even when he was learning incredible wind jutsu during his training years. He did his morning ritual and prepared his ninja equipment for the day. Once done, he left via Shunshin after locking the door. Konoha's Academy. Naruto made his way to his usual desk and waited patiently for Irika and Mizuki to arrive when he suddenly remembered about the silver-haired Chunin instructor. Mizuki, I totally forgot about that bastard. I should have gone to the old man yesterday, toughed the blonde before he saw the door to the classroom open and Irika enter with lots of bandages on his face. Irika-sensei, what happened to your face and where's Mizuki? He refused to call someone sensei if they didn't deserve it. Irika took a thinking pose to decide what he could tell his students before speaking. I'm sorry to say this to you all who knew Mizuki, but yesterday he was found red-handed trying to steal the forbidden scroll of Konoha's Kenjutsu by a patrol. I was the one who located him the first before he could leave Konoha's walls, and I stopped him. That's why I got these injuries, but the scroll is safe and Mizuki has been taken into custody, replied the instructor before he added. Let's make this my final lesson to all of you. In a shinobi's life, today's ally could very well be tomorrow's opponent and vice versa, he said with seriousness in his voice. Well, let's get this done now, shall we? Continued Irika. Now the team placement will be the following. Team 1, Naruto dozed off until he started to hear names of those he considered having a chance to make it past Genin. Team 7. Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Aburame Shino. Your Jonin sensei will be Hitaki Kakashi. Announced Irika as Naruto knew what was coming as he blocked his earways and could still hear, mind you in an audible volume, Sakura shouting to the heavens about love winning or something like that. Shino was as expressive as ever and Sasuke kept on glaring at him for some reason. Must still be mad at me about the fight of yesterday and not being the rookie of the year, thought Naruto. Thank God we're not with him, it would have been the recipe for a disaster, said Natsuki as she made her presence known. Why you're awake, Nachan? Said Naruto, still blushing at yesterday's events. Love you too, Narukuin, said the vixen in a playful manner, knowing how to push the right buttons to embarrass her host. Team 8. Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Uzumaki Naruto. You Jonin sensei will be Yuhi Kurinai, said Irika, pulling Naruto out of his musing. So Kiba was the dead last of this year, thought Naruto. Well, at least he's not a complete retard, as the Uchiha and Hinata seems capable enough if she just gains some more confidence. Kurinai is the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha. Surely I will be able to test my resistance to Genjutsu with her. As a teacher, that's great. What do you think, Nachan? Yes, that's great. I feel that we can expect her to treat you fairly from what the report we read about her said about her professionalism and her caring attitude, replied Natsuki. Team 9 is still active from last year, continued Irika. Team 10. Akimichi Choji, Nara Shikamaru, and Yamanaka Ino. Your Jonin sensei is Sarutobi Asuma, said Irika as he finished his announce. So they decided to reform the legendary Ino Shikacho team with their children without even considering their current relationship with each other. That's pretty stupid. Well, Shikamaru and Chuji will do fine together, but I don't see Ino fitting in that team anytime soon, thought Naruto, analyzing Team 10's potential. That's all. Stay here until your sensei comes to get you, and good luck for your future career. I am proud to have been your sensei, said Irika as he left the classroom. Naruto felt a little sad that he would see Irika a lot less from now on, since he had been the only fair teacher to him during his academy days. His mind refocused as the first Jonin made their entry inside the classroom. A beautiful woman in her 20s made her way inside with the Hokage's son Sarutobi Asuma, as Naruto recognized the man for having seen him numerous times with the old man as he visited him in the past. I am Yuhi Kurinai, Jonin sensei for Team 8. Please follow me to training ground number 8. She said as she started to leave the room. Naruto looked at Kiba and Hinata, shrugging his shoulders before he decided to follow his new teacher for what would be a new chapter of his life. Chapter 5. Friendship and Trust. Training Ground 8. The newly formed Team 8 just arrived at their destination, Training Ground 8, following their Jonin instructor Yuhi Kurinai. Kurinai was a beautiful woman with long black curly hair and red eyes. She wore customized clothes, and she had an aura of maturity despite her young age for a Jonin. Welcome and congratulations on becoming real ninjas to you three, she said. You already know my name, but let's introduce ourselves properly, she finished. My name is Yuhi Kurinai. I like training to perfect my genjutsu skills, passing time with my best friend Anko, and eating dango. I dislike perverts, arrogant and sexist people. My dream for the future is to teach you all to reach your full potential as ninjas, and for me to be one day recognized as the best genjutsu user in the elemental nations, she said before giving a nod to Hinata to go on. My name is Hyuga Hinata. I like my family and learning my family taijutsu style. My dislike are the same as sensei, and my dream is to reunite my family into a family with no distinction between main and branch members, she said hesitantly and stuttering a little. Kiba knew he was next and began. My name is Inuzuka Kiba, and here is my companion Akamaru. I like my family and learning my family jutsu. I dislike fangirls, arrogant pricks who think they are better than anyone, and people who disrespects animals, and my dream is to be a good clan head in the future. Naruto nodded as he thought that Kiba was a good guy behind all his idiocy. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like training and reading. I dislike arrogant, ignorant people, and my dream for the future is to become the strongest Hokage ever and protect everyone in Konoha, even those who don't deserve it, he said to his team. Kurinai then explained to them that they had to pass her test in order to truly become genin. She hauled out 2 bells from her pouch and told them they would need to get the bells from her in order to pass the test, and that obviously at least one of them would fail and get sent back to the academy. She then gave them the signal to start as she disappeared in a swirl of leaves into the forest. Kiba and Hinata were about to rush into the forest when Naruto called them back. "Guys, wait, it's a trap, we have to work together to get those bells," he said to them. "How do you know Naruto?" asked Kiba while Hinata stayed silent and blushing a bit at being called by her crush. "Have you ever heard of a one-man cell or even a two-man cell?" he asked them. "Yeah, me neither. Konoha policy is to promote teamwork, and I think this is a test to see if we could perform up to their standard," continued Naruto. His teammates were surprised that Naruto, who never stood out during the academy days, was so good to read behind the mission objectives. Kiba did not have a problem with working as a team since his family motto was to work for the good of the pack before all. Hinata saw the truth in his words and decided to follow them. As they ran into the forest in a single-line formation, they spotted several traps and evaded them all. The formation idea was surprisingly Kiba's idea. The logic behind it was good too, thought Naruto. Hinata went first with her Byakugan. She spotted all traps left by Kurenai but also could see right through their sensei's Genjutsu traps too. Naruto was in the center as they recalled his perfect score in weapon accuracy. He would be the perfect one to launch counterattacks once a threat has been identified. Kiba took the rear guard using his enhanced sense of smell and hearing. He could prevent attacks from behind the team. Kurenai was impressed as she saw the newly assembled genin work so well together as they were evading her traps and following her in the forest. She then decided to increase the difficulty and made her presence known as she started to change her strategy. Hinata suddenly stopped running, signaling there was a problem. "I can still see Sensei, but there's a problem," she said. "Sensei chakra signature is now coming from 4 directions, and I can't tell which one is the real one with my Byakugan. I can't tell them apart either. They all smell the same," added Kiba. "Okay, I've got a plan, listen to me," said Naruto to his team as he began to explain to his teammates his plan to beat Kurenai's Kage Bunshins. The moment Kurenai and her clones arrived, coming from all the cardinal directions around the spot where her team was supposed to have stopped, a trap was heard and several smoke bombs went off. The area was soon covered with smoke. When the smoke cleared out after a short time, Kurenai came face to face with 7 other Kurenai in the clearing where she should have found her team and only 3 of her doppelgangers. Now she knew 3 of them were her clones, and she thought for a moment to dispel them all to know who to target specifically, but decided against it for 2 reasons. First is because it would weaken her advantage against the fakes, who would then in turn all decide to attack her at the same time. And second is because she found their strategy remarkable and wanted to see if their plan had something else after the surprise effect they just displayed against her. Moreover, she found a hole in their plan. If even she could not find who was a fake and who was a clone in those 7, so how could the genin? They shouldn't know either who to target after the smoke screen cleared. Then all of a sudden 4 Kurenai charged at the remaining ones, including the real Kurenai, who obviously faced one of her genin hinged into her, in a 4-2 versus 2 taijutsu spars. Upon first contact, all of the attacking Kurenai changed back into Hinata, Kiba, Akiba hinged Akamaru, and finally Naruto, with Naruto being the one who faced the real Kurenai. Now, even though she was a Genjutsu specialist, it didn't mean she could not hold her own in taijutsu, plus having the snake mistress of Konoha as a sparring partner helped a lot in that aspect, knowing that Anko was a master of the very deadly snake taijutsu style. Hinata and Kiba were no slouch either, as their style were heavily based on their family very powerful taijutsu. Her clones did overpower the genin after some time but did not have enough chakra left to amount to anything more, so they dispelled themselves. Akamaru was not that lucky, as he was quickly taken out by his cloned opponent. That only left one Naruto slightly winded after facing the real one and 2 Kurenai on the field. The real Kurenai smirked in advance at her imminent victory, though she decided that she would pass this team anyway. With the teamwork they displayed, it was enough for her even if they didn't get the bells. She did not expect her clone to suddenly throw a bunch of kunai and shuriken in her direction. Narrowly escaping the projectiles, she landed a few meters backwards, but a sudden white and yellow blur caught her attention. "He's fast," she thought before the impact. She took a clean hit into her sternum section and was thrown back, sliding to the ground for a few meters. She stood up holding her stomach and ready to use some high-level genjutsu to slow Naruto down, when he smirked at her, holding up 2 bells in his right hand. "I think we win, Sensei," said Naruto with a grin on his face. She was astonished as she didn't even felt him taking out the bells. Deciding to try a final test and seeing as the other two were out, she said to him, "Very impressive, Naruto. I didn't expect the clone facing Akamaru to be one of yours and not mine." "Thanks, sensei," answered Naruto as Akamaru stood up from his fake, unconscious state and rejoined his master, who really was unconscious. "How did you and the others know who was a clone of mine and not a henge teammate before the fight?" asked Kurenai. "Easy, sensei. First I took out Akamaru's opponent during the confusion and then," answered Naruto as he made his Kurenai clone hold out her hand. It had some kind of marking written with a pen or something, and then he made it dispelled. "Very clever, you win. Now choose who you will give the last bell to, Naruto, and who will be sent back to the academy," asked Kurenai. Naruto seemed to think for a moment what to reply to her when he took the bells and threw one near Hinata and the other to Kiba. "It was a team effort to take those bells from you, sensei. Even if I am the last one standing, I choose not to abandon my comrades," he said with determination in his eyes. Hinata and Kiba chose this moment to wake up, and their respect for the blonde grew tenfold after hearing his words and the fact that he didn't profit from their unconscious state to go ahead and claim a bell for himself. Kurenai also was impressed and with a smile on her face announced, "Team 8. It is my pleasure to say that you all passed my test for the Genin admission application," with pride in her eyes. "Yahoo, do you hear that, buddy? We passed!" shouted Kiba as he took Akamaru in his arms. Hinata just smiled and thought that maybe her father would be impressed with her for once. Naruto felt pride too. He never knew that teamwork could be so fulfilling. He knew that he could have probably gone alone against Kurenai, but having shared this moment with his teammates made it more impressive to him. "That is all for today. Good job, Team 8. Meet me here tomorrow at 9 and we will begin our missions." She dismissed her team but quickly called Naruto back. "Naruto, would you come with me to the Hokage Tower, please? I think there are things we need to discuss," she said in a tone that clearly showed that no was not an option. He gave her a nod and followed after her as his teammates made their way back to their home. Hokage Tower, Hokage Office. As Kurenai was about to knock on the Hokage office's door, Naruto simply kicked the door open and went inside. "Hey there, Gigi. Long time no see. I'm a shinobi of the leaf now," exclaimed Naruto as he saw Sarutobi behind his desk. "That I see, my boy. Congratulations, it seems you're one step further to take my hat, Naruto," replied the old man. "Anyway, what are you doing here? Surely you didn't come here just to tell me that. I am the one who made the team arrangement after all, and I already knew that you passed the exams," continued the old shinobi. "Actually, Hokage-sama, I am the one who called Naruto here," said a still shocked Kurenai at the display of familiarity between her student and the man called the shinobi no Kami. Naruto was starting to get nervous at the reason why Kurenai wanted to bring him here. During our fight to determine if Naruto and his teammates had what it takes to be real Konoha ninja, Naruto here displayed some impressive skills. I would even go as far to say that those skills were too impressive," she continued. Naruto was cursing in his head. He did show too much during the fight, and Kurenai was no Chunin instructor with no field experience. She knew when she saw real power in a fight. Kurenai described to the Hokage how the fight went on, Naruto's use of Kage Bunshin to fool her in the final confrontation, and the last move he performed to hit her, which was, from what she could tell, well beyond Genin or even Chunin in terms of power and speed. After that, a long pause went on until Sarutobi said, "Naruto, please tell me how you could perform the Kage Bunshin, and what that last move was, and don't forget anything." The old man had a look in his eyes that told Naruto that lies would not be well accepted. Naruto took a long breath, closed his eyes, and then nodded. "You may want to make sure the room is secured, Gigi. What I will tell you will rock your world and in the wrong ears could prove to become a hassle for Konoha," announced the blonde. Sarutobi's eyes widened at this since he never saw Naruto so serious before and quickly made hand signs to secure his office from prying ears. Once done, he motioned for Naruto to speak. "It all started 6 years ago, the night I was attacked," began Naruto. He told them everything, his encounter with Natsuki, his training with her for the last 6 years, the general content of said training, how he knew of his mother Kushina, and with that the reason why the Kyuubi attacked 12 years ago. Sarutobi was at first scared that the Kyuubi was somehow manipulating the young ninja, but the facts that Naruto came up with during his tale made him believe in the blonde when he said that Natsuki was trustworthy. He also felt a great fear at the mention of a man capable of controlling the Kyuubi. Finally, he knew that he would have to tell Naruto soon about his father too. He just hoped Jiraiya would be there too to help him announce the news to Naruto. Kurenai, for her part, was impressed at what Naruto had to endure during his life up to now. She was also sad to learn that Naruto was the son of her late sensei Kushina, and that she had not been able to help the boy when he needed it in his childhood. She made a silent promise to help the young man in front of her from now on and maybe teach him a thing or two about his mother. "So GG-sensei, am I in trouble?" asked Naruto. "No, Naruto, you are not. Even tough, I would have preferred for you to come to me and tell me everything sooner. I can understand that you have trust issues with people after what you've been through," replied the Sandaime. "I understand too why you did not reveal everything you could do during our fight, Naruto, and I'm not mad at you. We will have to talk about what you can do though in order for the team to function properly. While we are on the revelations, I can tell you that your mother was my Jonin sensei when I was a genin. I would be honored to tell you about her if you wish after this," replied Kurenai. Naruto was relieved. He never liked to lie to the old man, and he felt that he could now trust Kurenai too, as she was a student to his mother. "That would be all for now. The genin official papers will be ready before the end of the day, and I will see you, Kurenai, and your team tomorrow for your first mission," announced the Hokage before dismissing them. Naruto's apartment. Naruto made it to his apartment and opened a link with Natsuki. "Do you think I made the right choice to tell them everything, Nachan?" "Only time will tell us, Narukuin, but I think they are trustworthy," replied Natsuki. "I guess you're right, I'm a bit winded from today's fight and revelations. I'm calling it a night," said Naruto as he fell asleep. Hokage Tower Mission Hall. A month had passed since the genin exams. Naruto and teammate had done their fair share of D-ranked missions. "Ah, teammate, you will be pleased that I have a C-ranked mission for you. If Kurenai here thinks you are ready, of course," exclaimed Sarutobi. "My team is ready, Hokage-sama," replied Kurenai with pride. Teamwork with her team was flawless, as she had Hinata loose her crush on Naruto and Kiba focus more during fights. Alright then. Team 7 was in the middle of their first C-ranked mission to Wave Country when they encountered more resistance than the mission parameters. Protocol would have wanted for the senior officer Hitaki Kakashi to withdraw from the mission and pull back his team, but it seems he let his genin decide if they should continue the mission or not. Needless to say, the Uchiha wanted to continue to prove to the world that he is the best, anticipated Naruto with a nod from Kiba and a bark from Akamaru. "That is correct," replied Sarutobi, before adding, "However, Genin Aburame Shino had the presence to send one of his familiar back to warn some relatives, who in turn warned me about these new developments," continued the Hokage. "Looking at their opposition, I think that it is safe to say that they will need reinforcement for their mission. That's why Team 8 will deploy in 1 hour to join them in Wave to complete their mission. Kurenai will assume leadership over the operation once your team joins Team 7. Is that clear?" "Yes, Hokage-sama," replied Kurenai. "Then dismissed and good luck," finished the old man as Team 8 left for their first real mission. Chapter 6. A Diamond in the Rough. Konoha's Forest. Team 8 was running through Konoha's woods, moving from tree to tree. Kurenai had explained the importance of chakra control to her students during their first month of training. Naruto already knew and mastered both tree walking and water walking exercises. Hinata could do both in a week, while it took Kiba the double amount of time to perform them correctly. Kurenai decided to find out what her students' elemental affinities were after her discussion with Naruto about his current skills. Flashback. Morning after Team 8 evaluation test, training ground 8. Naruto promised Kurenai he would explain to her the extent of his powers. They decided to meet the following morning after the revelations he made to her and the old man. It was 7 in the morning when he arrived in his team training ground. Kurenai was already there waiting for him with 2 other people, 2 females considering their build from what he could see from afar. The first one had long flowing purple hairs, and she wore the whole ANBU equipment gear but without a mask. She had a beautiful katana strapped to her back. The second one had shorter purple hair tied in a pineapple-style hairstyle which reminded him of Shikamaru's. She wore a tan trench coat, mesh clothes that did not leave much to imagination, with a brown miniskirt. She was playing with a kunai in her hands. "Good morning, Kurenai-sensei," called Naruto as he made it to them. "Good morning, Naruto. These 2 here are my best friends," she said, showing the 2 other persons on the field. "The one with the sword is Yuzuki Yugao. She works for the ANBU Corps, as you can see by her gears, though I won't be more specific since their identities is supposed to stay a secret for everyone's protection, she said about her first friend. The other one is Mitarashi Anko. She works for the T&I department. She finished the introductions. It's a pleasure to meet Sensei's friends. I am Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage of Konoha, replied Naruto with conviction. He's so cute, Nai-chan. Can I eat him? Said Anko to the ire of Kurenai and the amusement of Yugao. Don't pay attention to her, Naruto. I called them here today to help me evaluate your skills as we agreed on and of course with the permission of Hokage-sama, said Kurenai as Naruto took a step back in fear of the psychotic woman. Yugao here will evaluate your Kenjutsu while Anko will test your Taijutsu. I will test your Genjutsu prowess and finally we will all see about your ninjutsu after that, explained Kurenai before adding, but remember this time no holding back. Hi sensei, answered Naruto before falling in his Kenjutsu stance, taking a kunai in each hand in a reversed grip while facing Yugao who took her katana out. The ANBU operator looked at him with a raised eyebrow before asking, I thought you told Kurenai you had a great mastery over swords. Don't you have anything with a longer reach to face me? Naruto chuckled at her question and prepared himself for the spar. Naruto versus Yugao. Futon. Futego Kaze Ken no Jutsu. He thought in his mind before the air around his kunai in each hand seemed to blur out, almost taking solid form but still transparent. Try me, Yugao-san. Maybe I will be the first one to draw blood, you never know, he said with a smirk. Very well, Naruto-san. Here I come, she said as she ran to him in a burst of speed. So fast, said Naruto as he was barely able to block her katana with both his kunai in a cross guard. Yugao was a lot faster than the current Naruto. Her hits were aimed at vital areas even though Naruto knew she would stop her blade before cutting him too deeply. No other choice, thought Naruto before preparing for a new move. Futon. Kaze no Yoroi. He called in his mind as he felt the wind fill his body. He was finally able to catch up to her in speed and got on the offensive for the first time in their spar. As Naruto approached her, Yugao calculated that she still had 5 seconds before she would be within his reach. She was definitely impressed with his stance as he was able to block her hits and allowed almost no opening in his guard. His speed is nothing to laugh at either, as he was somehow able to follow my movements after some time during the fight, she thought as she prepared to launch a counter, timing herself precisely with the estimated time she calculated just before. She was not prepared, however, as Naruto made his move ahead of what she estimated and her guard was not ready for that. Naruto was able to cut her just above the stomach area, not too deeply, just enough for her to realize that had he waited for a split second more to make his move, it would have most likely been a killing hit. Yugao held her arms up to signal the end of the spar. Incredible! So this is the secret behind your kunai, she said to him. Yes, Yugao-san. I named it Futon. Futego Kaze Ken no Jutsu. It uses my wind chakra to extend the reach of any weapon I wield for offensive purposes. I can't use it to block physical attacks yet, but it grants me a great surprise attack the first time I may use it against an opponent, and it is still very difficult to read my reach with it even knowing about the technique, answered the blonde. Amazing, your control over the wind element is astonishing for you to perform such a feat with a regular kunai. Sarutobi Asuma uses special forged weapon to conduct chakra in the same manner as you do, but in his version I can still read his reach. I suppose it is not 100% pure wind chakra that he channels in his weapons, she said, analyzing his style. Well, after this spar I can say that your Kenjutsu is currently at high Jonin level, borderline ANBU. You still leave some openings in your guard and you may want to challenge what weapon you really need to use with your style. Your offensive potential is amazing, but you are currently lacking in the defensive ability. Come look for me anytime you need help with your Kenjutsu for a spar or advices, she said to him in a professional tone. I am honored that you would think so highly of my skills, Yugao-sensei, and I will most certainly come to see you in the future, he said to her with a bow as they went back to Kurenai and Anko. That was impressive, Gaki. I can't wait for my turn now, yelled Anko. Okay, said Naruto with a sweat drop before asking for a short recess to catch his breath. After a 5 minutes break, he signaled to Anko that he was ready. Naruto versus Anko. First one to yield or lose consciousness is the loser, announced Anko. Okay, Anko-san. I'm ready, replied Naruto as he fell in his Kitsune Taijutsu style. This style consisted of constant footwork to allow fast mobility and fast counter-reaction. Naruto also had his upper guard with his hands in an open palm stance. Anko charged at him with amazing speed and launched a barrage of punch and kicks aimed at his vital organs. He had to immediately activate his Kaze no Yoroi to be able to resist her charge. The fight was pretty even for 2 minutes before Anko decided to increase the difficulty. Senai Jashu, she called as numerous snakes came out of her sleeves and locked themselves around Naruto's limb, effectively immobilizing him. So this is the Hibi Taijutsu style, thought Naruto, surprised as she completely stopped his movements. Is that all you got, Gaki? I was just starting to warm up, she said to him with a big grin on her face. Now to get out of this, he thought for a moment before sending wind chakra to his palms. Futon. Kazakiri, he called the jutsu in his mind. As with the kunai earlier, this time the area around his hands began to blur, radiating transparent smoke. He easily trashed the snakes, biting him in a shower of blood before he used his next move that he already showed against Sasuke, Kitsune Yurei no Jutsu. He said in his mind before 4 series of after images left his current position and raced to a surprised Anko in 4 different paths, coming at her from both sides and from behind and frontally. He used a lot more chakra than against Sasuke with this version, as the previous one only used a one straight path to the front of the Avenger. Anko could see the 4 ghosts coming at her in high speed, leaving after images in their path, but she had no way of knowing which one was the real one, and before she could even realize what was happening, she saw that Naruto stopped to her left with his Kazakiri, ready to piece her heart. Alright, I yield, Gaki, you win. That was a great fight and I feel all excited behind my coat, she said to him with a smirk, making him take a step back, blushing madly and almost tripping himself. Hentai! He yelled as he tried to regain his balance under the amused eyes of the other females. Okay, so I'll say you are currently easily high Jonin level in Taijutsu, borderline ANBU as your Kenjutsu. I ought to warn you though that the last move you displayed, while amazing, may turn into a weakness for you in the future, should you use it against Kage-level Taijutsu fighters or highly skilled Dojutsu wielders as the Byukigen or the Sharingan. Charging at a high speed like this while also focusing on your other illusions will lessen your field of vision, and opponents who can move faster than you or those who wield Dojutsu, who can tell which one of those illusions is real, will easily be able to counter you. Thanks for the lesson and the spar, Anko-sensei. I am honored that you think so highly of my skill, he said as he also bowed to her. Alright, stop with the formalities. Come find me if you need help with your taijutsu, said Anko with a smile. I will, thanks, he replied also with a smile. Very impressive, Naruto, said Kurenai with pride in her voice, looking at her student. I believe it's my time to see how well you do against Genjutsu, she continued, but was cut by Naruto. Ano, my wind chakra control may be good, but my chakra control in general is not. I have never been able to perform Genjutsu, and I don't think I would be able to resist anything you would throw to me at the moment, he said, embarrassed, scratching the back of his head. It's okay, Naruto, you are still a genin. I was just swept in the moment, thinking all your skills would be on par with those you've previously shown, she said, smiling to him to cheer him up. Okay, so how will we test my ninjutsu, sensei? Asked Naruto. Well, I don't think we have time for more spars today, and I've seen a lot of what you can do already. Just show me one of your best wind jutsu, she said to him. He gave her a nod and mentally called for his next jutsu while extending his palms towards the forest. Futon. Furyuden no Jutsu. As he visualized a large tree near them, a huge dragon made of wind left his palms and completely annihilated the tree and everything behind it in its passage. Incredible, thought Kurenai, watching the damages done by the jutsu. The chakra and wind control requirements for that jutsu must be astonishing, analyzed Yugao. This Gaki is going to go far, Anko thought as she felt the wind dragon power, as if it could shake the whole forest in its path. Good. That's enough, Naruto, finally said Kurenai. I can say that overall you are currently at least at Tokubetsu Jonin level. You would be Jonin level if you can fix your Genjutsu problem, or at least find a way to counter them if you can't make them. You would also be required to develop an affinity to a second element. But that's alright for now, you are still a diamond in the rough, but I know where I need to train you on, summarized Kurenai. The rest will come with training and experience, Naruto. You have talent, you can believe me when I say that. I grew up with people like Uchiha Itachi or Hitaki Kakashi. I know you have what it takes to one day surpass them all, said Yugao. Are you sure I still can't eat him now, Nai-chan? Asked Anko with a smirk as everyone else sweat dropped at her antics. With that, Kurenai's two friends left the field, leaving Naruto and Kurenai waiting for the rest of Team 8 to arrive. End of flashback. After that, Kurenai made her report to the Hokage, and both decided that Naruto should limit himself to use the most basic and discreet moves he knew as to not arise suspicion against him. Sarutobi theorized that should the knowledge of Naruto having a bloodline comparable to the Nidaime Hokage's ability to control water, except Naruto's being a wind one, if that became public knowledge, numerous enemies would try to harm him. From the inside of the village, the civilian council would call for the death of the demon manifesting Kyuubi's demonic powers, while the elders would force Naruto to become breeding material, effectively ending his shinobi career. From the outside of the village, assassination attempts would arise, or kidnapping would also be a possibility. Naruto shivered at the thought of all those threats and swiftly agreed with his sensei and Gigi that he should reserve his strongest moves only when the time comes to protect his most important people. Naruto was pulled out of his thoughts as they finally made it to Wave Country. Naruto had already seen Konoha's worst districts during his childhood, but what he saw in Wave Country was a lot worse. They were about to ask direction to find Tezuna's house when Hinata saw a mop of bubblegum pink hair and a duck-ass-shaped black hair teen at the far end of the village. She signaled her team and they all made their way towards that direction. "We're finally there. Let's get this C-ranked mission started," said Naruto as his group arrived in front of Tezuna's house, where Hinata saw members of Team 7 enter a little while ago. Chapter 7. The Birth of a Legend. Wave Country, Tezuna's house. Kurenai knocked at the door from the house. Hinata saw Team 7 enter, and 10 seconds later a woman opened the door. "Yes? How may I help you, miss?" she asked politely to Kurenai. "Are you related to Tezuna, the bridge builder, ma'am?" said Kurenai. "Yes. I'm his daughter," replied Tsunami, as she took notice of Team 8's leaf headbands. "We are Team 8 of Konoha, sent in reinforcement for the remaining of this mission. May I speak with the other team leader, please?" Kurenai added. "Yes, of course, please come in," said Tsunami as she let Team 8 go inside the house. When Team 8 made their way inside the house, they saw Kakashi and the rest of Team 7 in the living room. The Cyclops was reading an orange book. Shino was sitting at a table keeping company to a young boy. Sakura was fawning over Sasuke, and finally Sasuke was, well, he was doing nothing but looking out the window with a scowl on his face. Seeing them enter, Kakashi stood up from the couch he was comfortably sitting in. "What are you doing here with your team, Kurenai?" he asked, visibly surprised by their arrival. "I need to speak with you privately, Kakashi. Can we step out of the house for a minute or two?" replied the red-eyed Jonin. "Sure, let's go," answered Kakashi, and they both went back outside the house. Outside the house. As soon as they were both outside the house, Kurenai handed Kakashi a scroll with the Hokage seal on it and explained to him the situation and how she was put in command of the mission for the remaining of the mission. Kakashi was not pleased, but there was little he could do about it. The message he received from inside the scroll was clear and effectively gave Kurenai full authority over him on the mission. "Very well, you're in charge, Kurenai," he finally said after giving her back the scroll. "Good, let's go back inside. I need you to explain to me what happened from when you and your team left Konoha to the moment Team 8 entered in this house," said Kurenai as she made her way back inside Tezuna's house. Meanwhile, inside the house. "Hey there, Team 7, how's it going?" asked Kiba in a friendly manner. "What are you and your looser team doing here, dog breath?" said Sasuke as Sakura followed after him. Kiba chose to ignore the Sasuke, much to the prick's ire and his Banshee. "We've been here training for a week since we had to fight that missing Nin from Kirigakure Inuzuka-san," replied the only polite member of Team 7. "I already told you to call me Kiba." "Shino," answered the Inuzuka heir. Naruto's ears perked up at the mention of a fight and meeting missing Nins. Who was the missing Nin? Was he strong? What move did he use? As Naruto was pestering Shino with his questions, the door of the house opened again and Kurenai made her way back inside the room, followed by Kakashi. "As a matter of fact, Naruto, I was just about to let Kakashi here debrief me about the situation of the mission. Why don't we all get comfortable and listen to his report?" said Kurenai, more like an order than a question. Each members of Team 8 took a seat at the table and let Kakashi give his report about the mission. He told them about how between Konoha and Wave Country they were first ambushed by the Demon Brothers, two missing Nin from Kiri with Chunin ranks. The fight was not impressive as Shino and Sasuke quickly took them out. Kurenai's eyes widened when Kakashi mentioned Momochi Zabuza, missing Nin from Kiri with Jonin rank. She explained to her team that we was an old member of Kirigakure elite swordsman and the rumors about him murdering all his graduating class fellow students. Naruto wasn't impressed by title or ranks. He knew ranks did not always reveal a ninja's worth. Hell, he just had to compare himself to Sakura. They were both genin and he probably could find more than 100 ways to kill her in his sleep. What impressed Naruto was the fight in itself between Team 7 and the Kirigakure no Kijin. Flashback. Wave Country border 1 week ago. Team 7 just arrived in Wave when Shino suddenly launched one of his kunai in the direction of the woods. Turned out he only spotted a stray rabbit, but seconds later Kakashi suddenly ordered everyone to take cover as a giant flying sword made its towards them. They narrowly escaped the sword. When they looked up they saw the culprit. In front of them stood Momochi Zabuza, the Kirigakure no Kijin. Team 7 quickly took position around Tazuna and Kakashi engaged the Demon of the Mist. The fight was pretty even up to the point where Kakashi got trapped in one of Zabuza's Suetun Jutsu. Kakashi ordered Team 7 to retreat with Tazuna, but Sasuke and Sakura stood there unable to move as Zabuza made some Mizu Bunshins and flared his Ki in their direction. The two just fainted after seconds of exposure. Seeing this, Shino suddenly took Tazuna with him and ran backwards towards Fire Country. Zabuza had to applaud the young man for staying conscious and having the clarity to continue protect his client while under high stress. Nevertheless, he had a job to do and used his closest clone to run after them through the mist he created to fight Kakashi. He easily caught up with them, and as he used his enormous cleaver to cut the two, he got surprised as his two targets exploded in a cloud of bugs. Mushi Bunshin no Jutsu called Shino as stepped out of behind a tree. Impressive, boy, admitted Zabuza before adding, it doesn't change the fact that you will soon die. He was about to charge again when all his clone dispelled. It seems you didn't notice my trap. You underestimated me, Zabuza-san, said Shino as hundreds of his bugs were seen swarming around the spots where the Zabuza clones stood seconds ago. Your mist jutsu was a nice cover for my plan, finished Shino, as he launched a dozen shuriken towards the true Zabuza who was still holding Kakashi with his jutsu. Zabuza had no choice but to release his jutsu, effectively allowing Kakashi to resume their fight. After that, Kakashi quickly took the advantage, Zabuza having wasted a lot of chakra to create his water clones. The fight's ending was quite anticlimactic as a hunter Nin made his appearance and took the kill, though Kakashi explained that it was probably an act from one of Zabuza's backup. End of flashback. That was a really impressive strategy you used, Shino. You saved all your team and Tazuna's life with your action, said Kurenai. Every member of Team 8 had to agree with their sensei while Sasuke was fuming with jealousy. He and Uchiha had to watch from the sidelines as a lowly bug user took all the glory. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei. I did the best I could, answered Shino. Alright, Kakashi. Tell me where you are with your team training. What are their affinity and how many jutsu do they have? Asked Kurenai. The Cyclops began to sweat as he looked at his team. I only know that Sasuke has a fire affinity, and I just started them on the tree walking exercise today. He finally answered. What? You had them for more than a month and you only started the tree walking exercise today? In hostile territory and with at least one Jonin level opponent after your ass? Shouted Kurenai with anger and disgust in her voice. Kakashi could only nod at the crude but pretty accurate description of the situation. Alright, I can't use them. Well, maybe except for Shino here, but the rest will stay here and protect Tazuna's family with you while my team and I will protect Tazuna on the bridge until it is completed, declared Kurenai. How dare you treat me like that woman? I'm a Uchiha, I demand. Sasuke was about to continue his rant when Hinata suddenly appeared in front of him and hit some of his pressure points, instantly preventing him from saying another word. It would be best for you to stop right there, Uchiha-san. I will not tolerate you insulting sensei in my presence, announced Hinata before adding, are we clear, Uchiha-san? As she released his pressure points. Hearing no answer from the Avenger, she took another step towards him, but he quickly moved back. Whatever, you're just a team of losers, he said as he went back upstairs. That was impressive, Hinata-chan. exclaimed Kiba as Akamaru jumped of his head and landed in Hinata's arms. Thanks, Kiba-kun, replied a blushing heiress. Seeing that she said everything she had to say, Kurenai dismissed everyone and they all went to sleep. Wave Country, unnamed bridge. It had been a week since Team 8 arrived in Wave Country. The week passed quickly and the bridge was almost completed. However, when they arrived this morning, they saw a thick mist covering the entire bridge and all the workers were unconscious on the ground. Formation, commanded Kurenai as Team 8 plus Shino took position around Tazuna. What's this? I expected to fight the copy ninja, not some woman and her children, said a deep male voice as Zabuza appeared in the middle of the bridge with his associates still dressed in a Hunter Nin uniform. Hey Aburame boy, where's your sensei? Asked Zabuza, recognizing Shino from their previous fight. You don't need to concern yourself with Kakashi as you will die here on this bridge today, Zabuza, replied Kurenai, miffed at the sexist remark from earlier. Zabuza smirked and took out his sword and his apprentice prepared to attack too. Hinata, Kiba, you take the fake Hunter Nin. Naruto, you're with me, we will take down Zabuza. Shino, you guard Tazuna, said Kurenai. Hi! Everyone said as they took their positions. Haku, do not fail me, said Zabuza to his apprentice who nodded. With Hinata and Kiba versus Haku. Cover me and analyze his style, Hinata, said Kiba as he charged at Haku with Akamaru behind him. Hinata nodded and activated her bloodline Byakugan and prepared to assist Kiba. The fight was pretty even. Kiba was more powerful but Haku was faster. Akamaru covered Kiba's blind spots as he deflected every senbon thrown at his master from behind. You are good. Better than your comrades from the other team, said Haku to Kiba. It would be pretty hard to be lower than the duck ass and his fangirl Banshee, replied Kiba with a smirk. So true, but I can't stay here with you all day. I have to go assist Zabuza-sama, said Haku as he started to go through hand signs. Hayatan, Makio Hyosho, said Haku. He used a dome made of ice to trap Kiba, Akamaru and himself inside. Hinata was about to go inside and help her friends when Kiba stopped her. Wait, Hinata. Don't come inside unless you see I can't handle him. We still don't know what he can do. Hinata nodded. She could still see inside the dome with her jujitsu, but she was worried for her friends. A good call again, but once inside this dome, no one can escape the next jutsu, announced Haku. Hayatan, Sensatsu Suisho. He called his jutsu as thousands of ice senbon were thrown from all directions towards Kiba and Akamaru. Kiba could only push Akamaru away as he took the full blast of death needles aimed at him. I'm sorry, buddy, you will have to protect Hinata for me, said a very weakened Kiba to his companion. Akamaru refused to move from his spot, and as Haku prepared to move forward, a blue blur flashed in front of him. Hinata was enraged at what she just saw. Kiba was taken down by a shower of senbon, and the opponent was also about to finish Akamaru. She made a move to attack Haku, but the ice ninja jumped backwards immediately and fused with his ice dome. Haku started to throw senbon randomly to test Hinata's defense and saw that she had quite an easy time blocking his senbon. Hinata decided she had no time to lose and Kiba needed emergency treatment. She tried to think of a way to defeat the ice dome technique and then remembered her training with Team 8 during their journey to Wave Country. Flashback. Konoha Forest, 2 weeks ago. Okay, let's take a break. We'll stop here for the night, said Kurenai to her team as they made their way to Wave Country. Hinata, Kiba, come here. I want you two to perform a little test for me to know how to train you in ninjutsu properly, she said to them as the camp was ready. Turned out Kiba had earth affinity while Hinata had a water affinity like Kurenai. I'm sorry, Kiba, I don't have earth affinity like you, but once we get back I can easily get you scrolls on earth elemental manipulation or a teacher to help you, said Kurenai to her student. It's okay, sensei. I can wait. I will go sleep. Good night, said Kiba as he entered his tent. Hinata, come here, I will show you how to start on water elemental chakra manipulation, she said to her only female student. End of flashback. She did not have much time to practice, but she had to try. It was her only chance to help Kiba. His ice dome is mostly made of water. It seems breaking one of those mirrors won't do any good as it reforms pretty quickly, analyzed the heiress. I only have one shot at this before he realizes I can break his ice and then it will be a lot harder to catch him off guard. She finished her plan and prepared to attack, timing herself precisely with her enemy movements using her Byakugan. As Haku was about to use the Sensatsu Suisho again, that second of preparation cost him dearly as Hinata instantly got in front of him while he was still inside on the mirror composing his ice dome. Hinata coated her palm with Suitun chakra, the only thing she had managed to do so far with Suitun manipulation chakra, and hit the mirror with all she had in a single Juken strike. She successfully escaped the dome and continued on her path to seal all the tenketsu she could of her opponent. Before he realized what was happening, Haku was immobilized on the ground, unable to get up. "That was magnificent, Kunoichi-san. You win. I cannot continue the fight now. Finish me," said Haku with no emotion in his voice. Hinata was shocked that she managed to beat this enemy, but also shocked that he just asked her to kill him. She was very tempted to honor his wish, but she then heard Akamaru barked behind the dome and she saw that Kiba was starting to come through. She understood what the fake hunter Nin tried to do and deactivated her Byakugan. "The fight is over. I will spare your life as you spared my friend's life," she said as she went back to help Kiba stand up. "I'm sorry, Zabuza-sama," thought Haku as he stayed there on the ground. Meanwhile, with Kurenai and Naruto versus Zabuza. "Talk about a disappointment. I get to fight a woman and a boy," said Zabuza as he stood before them. "I'm the one who wants to cry here. I was so excited to get to fight the Kiri no Kijin, and what do I get? Eyebrowless freak with a very doubtful sense of fashion," replied Naruto with a smirk. "I see you seem to really take care about your sword too. Couldn't you chose something even bigger than that to wield, you freak?" he added before a huge grin appeared on his face. "Unless it is to compensate for He finished using his fingers in the universal sign to represent a small manhood. Kurenai couldn't stop herself from laughing at the joke while Zabuza was red with anger and launched himself at the pair. "Cover me, Naruto, while I prepare my jutsu," said Kurenai. "Roger that, sensei," answered the blonde before taking out his kunai and activating his Futego Kaze Ken no Jutsu. As Zabuza arrived on them, Naruto took position in front of Kurenai with his twin blades and tried to block the demon's sword like he did against Yugao. He was not prepared to face the strength behind the hit as Zabuza pushed him back and almost broke his guard. Naruto then went on the offense, charging his Kaze no Yoroi to stand a chance against the enemy Jonin. As he made his first slash, he was surprised that Zabuza had accurately read his reach. Unlike Yugao, the very experienced swordsman recognized Naruto's technique and evaded the cut. "Did you really think you could cut me with those puny kunai of yours, brat?" taunted Zabuza, even though internally he was quite impressed with the young shinobi's skills. "That was close. He would have pierced my lungs with that slash if I had not seen a technique looking like that before." Naruto tried to stay calm, but it was proving to be very difficult as his opponent just evaded one of his most powerful attacks. "He has even better kenjutsu senses than Yugao-sensei. I can't beat him in a kenjutsu-only fight, but that sword of his. I don't have anything else to block it," Naruto cursed as he remembered Yugao's advice about his defense problem. Zabuza was about to slash at the boy again when his surroundings suddenly felt weird. Megan, Jubaku Satsu, Kurenai activated her Genjutsu. Zabuza found himself trapped against a tree that came out of nowhere. Kurenai was about to finish him when Zabuza suddenly freed himself and used the momentum to take his sword and cut her pretty deeply. How did you?" Kurenai had troubles to stay up as Naruto ran to her and tried to stabilize his teacher. They then saw that Zabuza had a deep gash on his right leg and Kurenai understood what happened. "He used pain to get out of my Genjutsu, Naruto. I'm sorry, but you have to stall him while I try to heal myself," said Kurenai, and Naruto nodded. "As if I'd let you do that. Now die," said Zabuza as he launched his jutsu, Suitun. Suryuden no Jutsu, and a gigantic dragon made of water rose from the river below the bridge. The water dragon was about to reach its target when the wind around Naruto and Kurenai suddenly picked up. "This is the first time I use it. I could never verify its efficiency, but I have no choice. Even if it will deplete me of almost all my chakra reserves, I have to do it in order to protect my precious ones," thought Naruto before calling his next jutsu. "Futon Higumo Otoshi," he called in his mind as the wind in front of him violently picked up. Zabuza's water dragon, instead of hitting them, changed its path following Naruto's wind and rose into the sky. It then moved backwards and started to fall again directly over Zabuza. "Damn, I can't move away with that leg," thought Zabuza as his own water dragon flew toward him at an incredible speed. Most likely boosted by the blonde mysterious wind technique and, well, gravity from falling from so high. Zabuza was washed away by his own technique and sent to the far end of the bridge where he collided into a solid stone structure. Naruto, seeing the result, sported a smile before losing consciousness and falling into Kurenai's arms. No chakra left, can't move my leg properly, and Haku most likely lost, or he would have already interfered in this fight. Analyzed Zabuza as he felt a kunai near his neck, Shino ready to finish him. Is this supposed to be a joke, Zabuza? Called a new voice Zabuza immediately recognized from behind the mist. Gato, said Zabuza. Well, it's all good. In the end, I never planned to pay you anyway, replied the midget before adding, kill them all, then we'll go for the village, he ordered his mercenary troops. As Gato's men were about to advance, an arrow suddenly hit the floor in front of them. On the other side of the bridge, Team 7 and all the villagers of Wave stood armed with what they could find ready to defend their village. We figured you would need some help after 2 of his goons tried to kidnap Tsunami, explained Kakashi before he charged at the mercenary with Sasuke. Gato's men stood no chance against a fully rested Kakashi, and even Sasuke got his first kill during the fight, taking down Gato himself. Sakura, though, just stayed behind to help the injured. After that, the trash was cleared. The Konoha ninja approached Zabuza, who had the time to reunite with the downed Haku. All right, finish us, we can't escape anyway, said Zabuza. Kakashi was about to oblige when Naruto awoke. Stop, he said as he stood up. This is my fight. I get to decide of its end, as I'm the one who stopped him, said Naruto. Then finish me, repeated Zabuza. No, we have no need to fight anymore today, replied Naruto. Are you sure, Naru? Started Kakashi, but Kurenai stopped him. Let my student finish, Kakashi. Kakashi could do nothing as Kurenai was his superior officer during this mission. Your contractor betrayed you. You are not bound to finish your mission any longer, continued Naruto. It changes nothing. We shall still be enemies tomorrow when we meet again on another battlefield, replied Zabuza. We are still enemies right now, Zabuza-san, but even 2 enemies can show respect for each other. I respect your skill as a swordsman. You are the best that I could face so far, and I actually hope that we meet again on the battlefield, said Naruto as everyone around him was impressed at the level of maturity he showed. Zabuza's eyes widened as he listened to the young shinobi's words before him. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then spoke to Naruto. Your generosity and your skill shall reach your enemies even before you have had the chance to meet them on the battlefield, young man, he said cryptically before he took Haku's immobilized body over his shoulder and shined out of the area. I'm proud of you, Naruto, and you too, Kiba, Hinata, and Shino, said Kurenai as everyone made their way back to the village. 1 week later, Team 7 and 8 made their way back to Konoha. Chapter 8, Chunin Exams, Part 1. Konoha's main gate. The journey back from Wave Country had been pretty uneventful. Some bandits, but nothing close to the opposition they met during their mission for Teams 7 and 8. They finally arrived at Konoha's gate where they had their ID checked. Then Kurenai decided to directly go report to the Hokage Tower the results of the mission. On their way to the tower, Naruto could not help but notice the weird looks he received from the villagers. Those were not the looks of fear or hatred he was used to receive. If he had to classify those looks, he would say they were looks of curiosity and, what surprised him a little, admiration. The other team members and their sensei also noticed the strange looks their teammate was receiving and decided to say nothing until further explanation could be provided. Most of them wanted nothing more than go to the tower, debrief quickly, then be dismissed to finally go home after what had to be the longest time they had been away from home ever. Hokage Tower, Hokage Office. Both Team 7 and 8 finally made it to the Hokage Tower and were currently standing in front of their leader in his office. Glad to see you back, Team 7 and 8, said Sarutobi as he ordered his subordinates to stay at ease. It is good to be back, sir. I am here to report the result of the mission for Team 7 and 8 to Wave Country, Hokage-sama, replied Kurenai. Very well, go ahead, the Sandaime said. Kurenai explained everything that had happened during the mission, from when her team left Konoha to join Team 7 in Wave Country to the moment when they left after the bridge was completed by Tazuna and his workers 3 weeks later. Sarutobi listened silently during her report, only giving occasional nods or frowning when Kurenai explained Team 7's situation when they met, the way Kakashi handled his team training during all the time he had them, and what level of skill they had. As she finished her report, Sarutobi dismissed all the genin except for Naruto and also ordered Kakashi and Kurenai to stay. First, Kakashi, I will address the problem concerning the way you run your team, announced Sarutobi. I am quite disappointed with your teaching methods, or in this case lack of teaching methods. You will have to show me that you have what it takes to be a Jonin sensei or I will make you a Chunin again. Started the old Kage. But Hokage-sama, Sasuke is. He started as we was immediately cut by his leader. I am perfectly aware that part of the council is pushing for your to focus more on the Uchiha heir, but I won't allow favoritism from my Jonin. Are we clear? Demanded the Sandaime. Hi, Hokage-sama, replied Kakashi. I will personally check the progress of all team members of Squad 7 during the Chunin exams that will take place in 1 week, and they better be ready for that, Kakashi, or you will discover the joys of gate guard duty again. You are dismissed, finished Sarutobi as Kakashi left his office. When Kakashi was out of his office, Sarutobi used some hand signs and sealed the room from prying ears. You most likely noticed a few difference from the way some people look at you since you came back from this mission, Naruto-kun, asked the old man to his adoptive grandson. Yes, Gigi, what's up with them? It's kind of creepy, replied Naruto as his leader chuckled at the boy's reply. That would be the cause of your current predicament, said the Hokage as he threw a book on his desk to Kurenai and Naruto. Kurenai instantly recognized the book and opened it to the last edition page, and her eyes widened at what she saw. What is it, sensei? What's in the book? Asked the boy to his sensei as he did not recognize the book. That's a bingo book, Naruto. It lists all the relatively important ninja in the elemental nations, replied Kurenai. Really, how important do you have to be to have your entry in this book? Asked the ever-curious blonde. See for yourself, she replied as she handed him the book open to his page. Naruto's jaw dropped when he saw his entry in the bingo book. All information listed on him were more or less accurate, but there was a lot missing too. Suddenly the last words of Zabuza flashed through his mind and he understood how his name made its way inside this book. Your generosity and your skill shall reach your enemies even before you have had the chance to meet them on the battlefield, young man. Naruto remembered Zabuza's words. So that's what he meant. So I'm in this book, what does that change for me? He asked. This book gives information on you to the whole elemental nations. Every ninja village has access to it. It gives details on some of your skills and what feats you accomplished in your career. It also shows the different bounties on your head if you are important enough that some village wants you captured or dead. Replied his teacher. Sarutobi, who had been silent during all the explanations Kurenai gave to her student, decided to give his input to the current situation. Yes, Kurenai is right, Naruto. The stunt you pulled in Wave has put some focus on you. This was something we especially wanted to avoid, said the old man. I know, Gigi, but I had to protect my precious people. I had to use one of my best moves to help Sensei, said a scared Naruto as Kurenai put a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Yes, Naruto, I know you did what you had to do to protect your team, and I'm not mad at you. I just wanted you to be older for something like this to happen. Now other villages may try to send ninja to either harm you or try to kidnap you for their own benefit if they suspect you may have a bloodline, Naruto, he said to the blonde. As Naruto was lost in thought with everything he just learned, the Sandaime tried to cheer him up. Well, it's not like everything is lost in this situation. As you saw, the villagers know of your actions in Wave and many ninja now respect you a lot more. Naruto's eyes widened at this particular piece of information. Moreover, the fact that your ability to manipulate wind to that extent became public knowledge in this manner. This made you an irreplaceable part of Konoha's forces. That also means that attempts to stop or slow your progress as a shinobi from inside Konoha will become a lot more difficult, continued Sarutobi. Does that mean that the council won't harass me anymore? Asked a skeptical Naruto. I wouldn't say stop for sure. More like they will happen a lot less and they will be more discreet, replied Sarutobi. We are also lucky that the file does not say that your ability is a bloodline. It would have been a lot more difficult in that case, added the Sandaime. No one knows that this is how almost no attack could hurt Nachan. And I plan to keep it that way, said Naruto with determination. Alright Naruto, that's all for now. You are also aware from my conversation with Kakashi that the Chunin exams will take place in 1 week in Konoha. I think Kurenai will agree with me that your team is ready, said the old man as Kurenai gave them a nod. I won't give teammate any mission during that time, and I suggest that you take that opportunity to rest first, then train a little bit more before the exams start. Finished Sarutobi as he dismissed the pair of ninja before him. Naruto's apartment. Naruto was finally home after 3 long weeks. He decided to go hit the shower, then take a quick dinner, and finally he went to bed. He made his way to his mindscape as he slowly let sleep take over him. Mindscape. Naruto joined Natsuki as she was currently laying on the grass in the garden of her house. Hey there, Nachan, he said as he laid at her side. Hey there, Narukuin. What are you doing here? I thought you would be tired after your long mission, replied the vixen. I've missed you so much. It's been so long since I've been able to be all alone with you after all. No one around me in the real world to disrupt us, he told her with a smile on his face. She smiled back at him, and the two lovers shared a deep kiss before he broke the contact and spoke to her again. So, did you hear the good news? About your entry in the bingo book? She asked as he gave her a nod. Yes, I was listening. That's amazing. I think you should remember to thank that Zabuza guy once you see him again, since he basically gave you a solution to most of your problems inside Konoha, she said with a smile. It's all thanks to your training, Nachan. I'm really grateful for all the things you did for me, he said as he kissed her again. I did not forget about my promise to free you from the seal either. There's just not a lot of information about Fuinjutsu that I can easily find in the village, he said with sadness. It is true that I would be very happy to be able to hold you in my arms in the real world, but as long as we're together and that you love me, I am already happy, Narukuin. Do not trouble yourself with it. You should focus on the Chunin exams coming in a week first. Even if I know you are more than ready, replied Natsuki to cheer him up. All right, Nachan, but I'll ask the old man if he can help me with Fuinjutsu. I won't say what for, as he may not like the idea of me trying to free you. I will just say that I want to know about the art since I've learned from you that my mother was quite good at it, he said. Okay, Narukuin. Now it's almost morning, you should go rest to prepare for the exams, she said as he nodded and left his mindscape. Konoha Academy. The week pause passed quite quickly. Naruto just took the opportunity to visit the library to find out more about Fuinjutsu. He did not find much except that there was once a nation where the ninja all excelled in it. Yuzushiogakure was its name. Unfortunately, the village was destroyed during the Second Shinobi War. Naruto vowed to visit the ruins to find if he could salvage some things from it in order to develop a way to free Natsuki. He was pulled out of his musing when he reached the academy's gate where Hinata and Kiba were waiting for him. Hey there, Kiba, Hinata, said the blonde as he joined his teammates. Yo, Naruto, you ready for this? Asked Kiba. Sure, let's go, replied Naruto as they went to the designated classroom. As they went inside classroom 303, they saw that most the teams were already there. Team 7 stood in a corner with Team 10. Yamanaka, Ino, and Sakura were fawning over Sasuke while the rest were speaking among themselves. As they joined them, Team 8 heard Sakura talking about how Sasuke was a hero in Wave Country, how he freed the villagers from a tyrant called Gato that he personally killed, and how he stopped a Chunin missing Nin from Kiri from assassinating their client. Team 8 had to facepalm at the revisited version of the Wave Country mission, though technically Sakura did not lie as all the ninja from Team 7 and 8 were considered heroes in Wave, some more or less, but still, Sasuke did stop one of the demon brothers and he killed Gato after the battle was already over, but whatever, a kill is a kill, right? Shino had the decency to look embarrassed by his teammates, though you could never tell behind his long coat and his sunglasses. Sasuke, though, looked smug at the praise and let Sakura tell her tale for the whole room/village to hear. Naruto was not in the mood for some screeching noises from Sakura, so he let it slide. He was not in Wave for the glory after all. You should keep it down a little bit, said a young man with a leaf headband. He had gray hair and wore purple shinobi clothes and thin glasses. Who the hell are you? Asked an irritated Sasuke that his moment of glory was interrupted. My name is Yakushi Kabuto, and I was just giving my fellow Konoha shinobi some advices to not get everyone here in the room to focus too much on you before the exams start, said the Mege ninja before he continued. Well, since it's obviously the first time you take the exam, how about I help you a little? Asked the silver-haired ninja. What do you mean, Kabuto-san? How can you help us? Asked Sakura shyly. Kabuto took out a bunch of cards and put them in front of him. These are my information cards about all the ninja in this room. Do you want to know anything from someone inside this room? He asked the rookies 9. Yeah? Rock Lee, Sabaka no Gaara and Uzumaki Naruto, said Sasuke as he remembered his encounter with the first two he asked about. Flashback. The day before, Konoha Main Street. A group of Chunin were harassing a bunch of kids from Konoha in broad daylight when Shino decided to interfere to save one of the children. I suggest that you refrain from causing problem in a foreign village, Suna Shinobi, said Shino as he took Konohamaru from the Chunin. I told you to drop it, Kankuro, said the female partner of the Chunin who was harassing the child. Tamari, shut up, I will just. He was about to attack Shino when a stone hit the wall behind him. Sasuke was the one who threw the rock. Get lost, Suna trash. I missed this time, but the next will be on target, said the Avenger. Dude, your shot missed me by at least 3 meters, you suck, replied Kankuro. Sasuke was about to throw a second rock when he heard a voice behind him. And I suggest that you refrain from doing what you were about to do or I will be forced to kill you, said a boy with red hairs and murderous eyes just behind Sasuke. The surprised Sasuke fell from the tree he was standing on as the strange Chunin rejoined his team with a sand shunshin. Gaara, we were just, started Kankuro as Gaara cut him. Shut up, let's go. Before they left, Gaara turned to Shino and said, What's your name? Aburame Shino, and you? Replied the bug user. Sabaku no Gaara, said the Chunin before he and his team left. Sasuke fumed at being ignored and also left. End of flashback. Rock Lee was a Konoha genin Sasuke lost to during a spar just before the exams. He would have been badly hurt if Lee's sensei didn't interfere, effectively saving Sasuke's ass because Lee was about to use some restricted move that he was no supposed to. That's too easy, you already have their names, said Kabuto. He gave the data about Lee and Gaara, but it wasn't that impressive. Gaara just seemed a bit strong since he never sustained any damage during his missions. Then Kabuto took out Naruto's data card and his eyes widened before he read the card's data out loud for everyone in the entire room to hear. Uzumaki Naruto, member of Team 8 under Yuhi Kurenai Genjutsu Mistress of Konoha. Teammates are Inazuka Kiba and Hyuga Hinata. He has done a total of 20 D ranks and 1 A rank missions. Started Kabuto before taking a deep breath and continuing. Oh my, he is also the only genin to have ever made it into the bingo book, classified as A rank shinobi, to engage with caution. He defeated Momochi Zabuza the Kiri no Kijin in Wave Country, where he is considered a hero for his action, leading to the fall of the local bandit warlord Gato. He finished his reading about Naruto. Shikamaru frowned before saying, Sakura, didn't you say that it was Sasuke who was the hero of Wave, and that he saved them all due to his fight with Akiri missing Nin? He really just killed a bandit. Sakura was cursing at the pineapple-haired boy's perfect memory, while Sasuke was fuming with rage once again for being humiliated in front of everyone. Everyone in the room except for Team 7 and 8 was now looking at Naruto like he grew a second head. After that, Kabuto continued to tell the rookies about the exams and the different villages participating. As he mentioned the Sound Village as being a new and most likely weak one, he was attacked by a team from that village. Before things could get too far, they were interrupted by a smoke explosion. Marino Ibiki, proctor of the Chunin exam's first part, silenced them all and threatened to disqualify anyone not following his rules before continuing to explain his part of the exams. When he finished explaining the rules, he said, May the Chunin exam's first part begin. Chapter 9, Chunin Exams, Part 2. Konoha Academy, Classroom 303. As the genin were starting their written exam, Naruto was patiently waiting for his team to take action. Team 8 was a natural information gathering and tracking team, so Naruto immediately understood what was going on as he read the first questions of the test. Hinata understood as well the true meaning of the test, and she took a look with her Byakugan activated to see that Kiba was doing okay since he had started writing answers on his exam sheet with the help of his companion Akamaru. She saw that Naruto was looking in her direction and understood what he wanted. She quickly used her bloodline to copy all the answers from a guy in front of her who mysteriously had already filled all the answers for the test. She left the spot where she should have filled her name empty on purpose. When she was done, she signaled to Naruto that she was ready with a fake cough. As he received the signal, Naruto started to channel wind chakra, and suddenly a huge gust of wind appeared in the exam room, effectively disrupting the test long enough for him to make the switch with Hinata's paper before deactivating his jutsu with a smirk. As the exam started again, Hinata just took the time to fill the answers again, as she already did minutes before. Team 8 then waited for the end of the test and wasn't fooled either by the last do-or-die question. As Abiki was closing the first part of the exams, a purple blur came through the window. Mitarashi Anko was the proctor for the second part of the exams. As she introduced herself to the genins who made it to the second round, she noticed Naruto and got a sadistic grin on her face. "Naru-chan, you made it. It's been such a long time. Did you miss me?" she announced in front of everyone, much to the irritation of a certain vixen. "She's still as annoying as ever," growled Natsuki. "Relax, Nachan. Anko-sensei is my friend, she's just joking," replied Naruto in his mind. "All right, maggots, follow me to training ground 44 for the next part," she said, and left the room the same way she entered, leaving an entire sweat-dropping classroom. Training ground 44. As Anko explained the rules for the second part of the Chunin exams, which would take place in the Forest of Death for a survival test during 5 days, Naruto came face to face with the Suna Shinobi Kabuto was talking about earlier. Gaara was his name if Naruto remembered well. "Mother wants your blood. I will kill you during the next part," announced the redhead. "Who?" asked Naruto, seemingly confused. "Moth," replied Gaara as he was cut by the blonde. "Whatever, dude. Look, trash talk before the game is a sign of weakness," said Naruto as he walked back to his team with a smirk, leaving a highly irritated Suna Nin behind. "What did he want?" asked Kiba as Naruto made it back. "I'm not sure. I think he wanted to talk trash," replied Naruto. "Well, let's get ready, the exam is starting," said Kiba as they went to their designated starting area. "All right, the second part of the Chunin exam starts now," exclaimed Anko as the training ground 44 doors all opened for the contestants. Time skip, 1 day later. Team 8 had quickly disposed of a team from AIM that tried to fool them with henge, and fortunately they had the scroll Naruto's team needed to complete this part of the exam. So they decided to calmly head for the tower, then relax for the remaining time they would have. They were running in the trees for a few hours when Naruto suddenly spoke. "So how long are you two planning to hide to me that you're dating each other?" said Naruto to his teammates as they were starting to slow down from their running to make a camp for the night. Kiba almost lost his balance and fall from the tree he was on, and Hinata had a huge blush on her face. "What are you talking about, we?" started Kiba as he was cut by Naruto. "I may not be as good as you, but my nose never failed me, and I can smell Hinata's perfume all over you," said Naruto. Kiba and Hinata looked at each other, then shared a smile, and Kiba was the one to speak. "All right, we confess, but you can't tell this to anyone," asked the Inuzuka heir to his teammate. "My lips are sealed, and I want to say that I'm happy for you guys," replied Naruto with a smile. "Thanks, buddy," said Kiba. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," added Hinata. Hinata had changed a lot since the first time they became a team. Naruto remembered the conversation he had with her that most likely changed the way she saw him. Flashback. After Naruto's evaluation with Kurenai and her friends. Kurenai's friends Anko and Yugao just left the training ground for a few minutes before Hinata and Kiba arrived for their team briefing. Naruto was still a bit winded from his previous test, so he took the opportunity to deal with something else he had planned to do anyway, so he went in Hinata's direction and asked for her to step out with him for a short talk. Hinata blushed madly at what Naruto just said to her, but looked at her sensei for permission before she received a nod from Kurenai. She then followed Naruto in the woods. "What is it, Naruto-kun?" asked the girl. Naruto took a deep breath and spoke to her calmly. "Hinata, despite what everyone thinks, I'm not an idiot. I saw how you look at me and how you react to me anytime I try to speak to you," he said to her. "I don't think what you feel for me is really love, though," continued the blonde. "What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Ever since you saved me from those boys all those years ago, said Hinata, but Naruto didn't let her finish. "That's exactly why, Hinata. What you feel for me is admiration. You admire me standing up to those who oppressed you, something you always wanted to do against your family and their strict rules," he said before adding, "Moreover, you only know the fake me, a mask that I show to the world in order for them to leave me alone. I play the fool and it's not me. not the real me Hinata. I won't lie to you either. There's someone else in my heart. I've known her for a long time now and she knows me too, the real me. I finally confessed to her yesterday and she loves me back. That's also the reason why I can't return your feelings," he said. "I understand, Naruto-kun," said a sad but convinced Hinata. "I hope we can still work together as a team, and I know that with some good training you can become one of the best kunoichi the leaf has ever produced." Hinata, "I would be glad to help you train every once in a while," finished Naruto. "Why, you really mean it? You don't think I'm weak?" asked Hinata. "I know that you are strong, Hinata. You just have to realize it yourself and nothing could stop you. You are after all the kunoichi of the year," said Naruto to lighten the mood. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," said a surprisingly not stuttering Hinata as they made their way back to the training ground. Unknown to them, Kurenai was hiding in a very discreet genjutsu behind them and heard the whole thing. "I was right to request this team. They will do great in the future, and I will help them achieve their dreams," thought Kurenai as she dispelled her jutsu and shined back too. End of flashback. "So how long has this been going on?" asked the curious blonde to the still embarrassed pair. "Since the wave mission, right after Hinata-chan put that emo king in his place, if you want to know exactly when," replied Kiba with a smile. "Does sensei know?" asked Naruto again. "She," started Kiba, but a screaming voice interrupted them. "It's not far from here. Let's go check it out," replied Naruto. They only had to run for a few seconds to reach the origin of the scream. There in front of them stood the team from Suna against another team from AIM. The redhead who tried to speak with Naruto before the exams was holding one of the AIM nin in a strange jutsu involving sand manipulation. Then he suddenly called a jutsu. Sabaku Soso called Gaara as the sand around his opponent suddenly shrank and crushed the unfortunate nin inside, blood splattering all around them. Hinata almost fainted at the scene, while Naruto and Kiba were also quite shocked at the brutality of the kill. The AIM nin's teammates tried to run but also stood no chance against the redhead killing machine. "Naruto-kun, be careful, I sense demonic chakra coming from him," warned Natsuki, as she felt a presence in this boy she never imagined she'd feel again. "Are you sure, Nachan?" asked the blonde. "Yes. I'm positive that's the Ichibi's Jinchuriki. Be very prudent around him. Like you, he has an ability from his bijou. He can control sand with his chakra like you do with your wind," replied the vixen. Kiba was now having an unconscious Hinata in his arms bridal style and exchanged a glance with Naruto. They agreed to not confront the psychotic unless they had no other choice and made their way back to their camp. Once they were back, Naruto spoke. "We will only rest until Hinata is up, then we will sprint to the tower. There will be more at ease than now." Kiba nodded and started to clear the camp while waiting for his girlfriend to wake up, Akamaru watching over her sleeping form. Naruto was obviously perturbed at the revelation of someone like him turning into a mindless murderer. He could only think about how his life would have been if he never met Natsuki, and that scared him a lot. Natsuki, feeling her mate's anxiety, tried to speak to him. "Don't stress yourself over what could have been, Naruto-kun. Just concentrate on what you are right now and what you have. You have me now, you have your teammates too, as well as the old man, your sensei, and her friends, though I'm not the greatest fan of the snake lover one these days," ranted Natsuki in his mind. That calmed him down a little as Hinata was finally coming back. They ran non-stop for 2 hours, then finally arrived at the tower. Once inside, they saw that the Suna team was the first to arrive and they were the second. They just went past them and got to the waiting area. 3 days later, more teams had arrived to the tower. The rookies 9 were all there, as well as the team with Rock Lee. Of course, the Suna team was already there. Naruto also saw the team from Odo who made such a ruckus during the first exam. Kabuto's team was also there. As all the genin were lined up in the main hall of the tower, Naruto could see Sasuke holding his neck painfully. Seemed like he received a bug bite there or something. Naruto could feel something almost demonic coming from the strange bug bites on the Avenger's neck. Naruto just shrugged it off, thinking that maybe the Uchiha's ego or the pink bitch's screeching voice finally made Shino snap and the bug user sent his Kikai creatures against them. The thought made Naruto smile before he chose to focus at what the old man was saying to them all. Sarutobi just gave the genin some pep talk about the Chunin exams and their signification, then a sickly jonin began to explain the next part of the exams. "Seeing that there's a little bit too many of you, We will proceed to a preliminary tournament to lower the number of contestants who will face each other during the exam's finals," explained the now identified Gecko Hayate. Kabuto surprisingly forfeited after Hayate asked if anybody wanted to forfeit for the next part, saying that he was too tired to continue. "Okay, if no one else wants to withdraw from the exam, we will start the fights." The Chunin exam finals preliminary round was about to start. Chapter 10, Chunin Exams, Preliminary Rounds. Forest of Death, Central Tower. As the genin and their sensei left the center of the room and made their way to the stairs on the sides in order to reach the watching area, only 3 ninjas stayed down in the ring. The first one was Gecko Hayate, the referee. Then the 2 others were Uchiha Sasuke and Akato Yoroi, whose names were just called moments before, supposedly randomly picked and currently displayed by a giant electronic screen at the back of the room. Uchiha Sasuke versus Akato Yoroi. The fight went on pretty quickly. Yoroi was using taijutsu only and surprisingly Sasuke too. Naruto wondered why the Avenger was not using his trademark fireball techniques. Sasuke used a strange taijutsu combo to take out Yoroi. "I have to admit that last move the Uchiha came up with was quite something," said Naruto to his teammates. "That's not something he invented by himself, Naruto-kun," replied Hinata as Naruto raised an eyebrow at her answer. "What do you mean?" asked Naruto confused. "It is a taijutsu move used by Madogai, my cousin Neji-sensei, and Rock Lee, the one Sasuke asked about in the beginning of the exams with Kabuto-san," said Hinata as she had occasionally seen Neji's training with his team in the past. "I see, he must have awakened his bloodline during the time after the wave mission, and now, to think that the bastard would use it copy one of his own ally technique," analyzed Naruto. Lee and Guy seemed a bit unnerved by what they saw in the arena but chose to say nothing about it. Kakashi just helped Sasuke leave the ring and then took the Avenger with him somewhere. The board then flashed again and the next fight started. Aburame Shino versus Abumi Zaku. Shino once again displayed his strategical prowess as he came up with a 3-part plan to take down his opponent. First, he showed his Kikai bugs around himself to everyone's eyes. This served as a distraction as a swarm of those bugs then discreetly made their way around the unsuspecting Zaku. Finally, as the Odo-nin was panicking at the sight of the first trap, Shino sent a small portion of his familiars to sabotage his enemy's weapons, his arms. The result was Zaku blowing up his arms with his own jutsu, effectively ending the fight. The next fight was then called Tsurugi Misumi versus Sabaku no Kankuro. Again, the fight was a quick one. Kankuro turned out to be a puppet master. His body turned into a puppet when his opponent tried to beat him with a taijutsu move. The real Kankuro was hidden in his strange backpack using chakra strings to operate the fake body. His opponent was beaten quite easily after that. The next fight proved to be amazingly boring. Yamanaka Ino versus Haruno Sakura. The 2 fangirls ended up in a double KO. No one was impressed by their fight. "As none of the contestant can continue the fight, no one shall advance to the next round," declared Hayate as he called the next match. Tenten versus Sabaku no Temari. Another kunoichi fight, though this one proved to be a lot more interesting. Tenten was heavily dependent on her weapons. Naruto was particularly interested in her ability with sealing scrolls and thought it would be a good idea to ask her about it later. Temari was using a big-ass fan and used it to deflect every attack made by Tenten by throwing wind attacks with it. It was the first time Naruto encountered someone using wind other than him. Tenten lost after Temari used another combo of her fan and wind technique, the Ninpo Kemaitashi. Then the next fight was called Kintsuchi versus Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru was not pleased to have to fight a woman, but thanks to a good strategy, he did not have to put much of a fight to win his match. Finally, a member of Team 8 was called next. Uzumaki Naruto versus Kinyuta Dosu. Naruto remembered his opponent from the first part of the exams. He was from the team who attacked Kabuto after he said Odo was a minor and weak village. This Odo-nin was interesting because even though he did not make solid contact with Kabuto when he punched him, Kabuto still suffered some kind of internal damage. Naruto thought that the special device that Shinobi had on his arms was the cause of all that. Naruto was pulled out of his musing by Dosu talking to him. "So you're that kid from the bingo book that Kabuto guy was speaking about. Must be some kind of bull from Konoha Nin's banding together to scare the opposition by spreading fake rumors like that. Taunted Dosu, but Naruto just stood in his original position, not showing any signs of irritation whatsoever. Seeing that Naruto did not take the bait, Dosu decided to charge. They ended up in a taijutsu spar. As they were exchanging blows, Naruto occasionally felt the wind around him shifting, almost bending to follow the Oto Nin's movements. The enemy's movements were good but a lot weaker and slower than what he had usually encountered against Kurenai or Anko. He was about to launch his Kitsune Yurei to finish his opponent when he suddenly lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. His vision was also starting to get blurred and his head was killing him. So it seems my attacks are finally starting to affect you. I was starting to wonder if you were immune to them, said Dosu. Naruto then understood what just happened. Why your arms, the sound, replied Naruto. Exactly, the sound. Do you even know what a sound really is? Asked Dosu. Vibrations, replied Naruto, still trying to stay up. Correct, and if you were able to hear a sound, then that means that your ears were able to capture the vibrations in the air, explained Dosu before adding, there is no defense against my attacks, and with my next attack I will rupture your internal hearing system, announced Dosu as he resumed the fight, running straight to Naruto. Shit, I can't let him hit me again with that move or I'm done for, analyzed Naruto before planning for his next move. Naruto started going through hand signs. Then he called his technique as Dosu was approaching him. Futon, Tsubame Geishi, said Naruto as he threw 2 kunai away. The experienced ninja around him were a little surprised by what Naruto just called his jutsu. Those were the hand signs for the kunai kage bunshin no jutsu. Why did he call it Tsubame Geishi? Was the question on every Jonin plus leveled ninja in the room. The kunai went straight around Dosu, missing him from a good meter on each side. I don't know what technique you tried to use, but it obviously failed. You can't even properly throw a kunai straight at me after being hit by my jutsu earlier, taunted Dosu, as he continued to run straight to Naruto to finish the job. His arrogance made him miss the looks of surprise on everyone's faces as the 2 kunai Naruto launched suddenly separated in 10 kunai each. Then the 2 barrage of kunai changed path and turned back in a curved path, this time to point directly at the back of the unsuspecting Dosu. As a flock of bird, the barrage of kunai took form and dived in a straight path to pierce the back of the Oto Nin. Dosu could only blink as the pain took over in his whole body. Fortunately for him, no kunai were aimed at a vital spot, but the pain was still excruciating. He lost consciousness pretty fast. The doctors went to stop the bleeding as soon as possible and Naruto was declared the winner in an absolute silent room. The only 5 people who understood part of what Naruto called Tsubame Geishi were Team 8, Anko and the old man. So he did have to use hand signs and call the jutsu out loud after all to perform a jutsu that is not entirely based on wind manipulation, analyzed the Sandame. Yugao will be pleased to know that he put one of the jutsu she taught him on weapons to use in a fight so fast, combining it with wind chakra no less, Anko mused with a grin on her face. A good fight, Naruto, great strategy against something you didn't expect. You turned what he thought as a weakness he created on you into a distraction to prevent him from noticing your attack until it was too late, said Kurenai as Naruto joined Team 8 back in the watching area. Thank you, Sensei, replied Naruto. Your turn now, Kiba and Hinata, you have to pass this round too, added Naruto to his teammates as the next fight was called. Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Niji. The fight between Hinata and Niji was a demo of Konoha's most noble family taijutsu style. Niji was at first surprised that Hinata was a lot more confident than usual. She also seemed to have increased her overall skill in the mastery of the gentle fist. Nevertheless, Niji was more experienced, and he had seriously practiced the family art for a lot longer than her. So he eventually took the advantage in the fight and blocked a major part of her tenketsus. He was increasingly starting to get annoyed by her attitude to never give up and tried to use a killing blow on her only to be stopped by Jonins, who did not want to have someone die unnecessarily. He was declared the winner due to external interference. As he left, he exchanged hard looks with Kiba and Naruto. The next fight was then called Rock Lee versus Sabaku no Gaara. Lee turned out to be a lot stronger than what most of the ninja in the room anticipated. He used very high taijutsu moves and his speed was on par with Jonin-level shinobi. Naruto, though, already knew how the match would end. He remembered his conversation with Natsuki about Gaara being someone like him, Jinchuriki for the one-tailed raccoon Shikaku. In the end, Lee used some ultimate taijutsu move, going above the human body's limits but failed to seriously injure Gaara. Gaara, on the other hand, did try to kill the Konoha shinobi, but only managed to seriously injure Lee by crushing one of his arms and legs. Before the psychotic redhead could go on and finish Lee, Guy saved his student's life by interfering during the fight. Gaara was declared winner by default because of Guy's interference and went back to his team waiting for him in the watching zone. It was then time for the last fight of the day. Inuzuka Kiba versus Akimichi Choji. Kiba and Choji faced each other in the ring for the last spot to the Chunin exams finals. Neither of them lost any time as they launched their special techniques right off the bat in preparation for the fight. Ninpo, Baika no Jutsu, called Choji as he transformed his body in a giant human sphere. Ninpo, Jujin Bunshin no Jutsu, said Kiba as Akamaru transformed into a second Kiba. They then called their attack jutsu against each other. Nakuden Sensha called Choji as the human sphere. He transformed into seconds earlier, began to rotate on itself and charged at Kiba and Akamaru. Getsuga, a double tornado, was launched in the direction of Choji as Kiba called his jutsu. As the two jutsu collided, a huge cloud of dust covered everyone's eyes. When the cloud dissipated, Choji appeared the same as before, still in his spherical form, while Kiba and Akamaru were on the ground panting and bleeding a little. Damn, his jutsu has more power than mine. I won't be able to get past him like that, analyzed the Inuzuka heir. I need to slow down his rotation power if I want a chance to defeat him, thought Kiba. Choji charged at Kiba again, but this time Kiba did not launch his Getsuga immediately. He went through hand signs and then called a new technique, Doton Doryu Taiga. A huge torrent of mud appeared in front of him as Choji charged at him. It didn't stop completely Choji's movements, but it slowed them down greatly as more and more mud were picked up by the Akimichi's air jutsu. Kiba then used Getsuga again on the weakened form of the Nakuden Sensha, and this time he overpowered it. Choji was knocked out by the power behind the attack. Then Heiei declared Kiba the winner of the last qualifying match of the preliminary rounds. Kiba made it back to his team and thanked Kurenai for helping him with Doton manipulation. After that, every contestant qualified for the finals went to get a number to determine the matchups for the finals rounds that would take place in Konoha Stadium in a month's time. When all took a number and announced it, the matchups could be seen on a screen. Match 1. Inuzuka Kiba versus Hyuga Niji. Match 2. Sabaku no Kankuro versus Aburame Shino. Match 3. Nara Shikamaru versus Sabaku no Temari. Match 4. Uzumaki Naruto versus Sabaku no Gaara. Match 5. Uchiha Sasuke versus winner of Match 4. Every contestant took a discreet glance at his or her future opponents, then the Sandaime dismissed them all and wished them good luck and to work hard during the month they had to train. Naruto regrouped with his team and sensei, and they finally left the Forest of Death. Chapter 11 Ties to the Past. Training Ground 8. The preliminary rounds of the Chunin exams just ended yesterday. Kurenai was very proud of her students. Hinata was the only one who didn't qualify for the finals, but she didn't have anything to be ashamed of. Kurenai said that even if Hinata didn't win, she fought admirably well against Niji, who was more experienced than her. Kurenai asked her team if they wanted training in any particular subject for the next month to prepare for the finals. Kiba replied that he would spend the entire month learning with his family in order to perfect the jutsu he already had. He said that after his fight with Choji, he realized that he did not master his family techniques to an acceptable level yet, leading to his Getsuga being weaker than what it should have been. Kurenai suggested that he should come to her if he ever needed more help in his Doton chakra manipulation. Kiba happily accepted his sensei's proposal. Hinata had suffered injuries from her fight with her cousin Niji. She had to rest her body for at least a month before she would be medically allowed to resume her kunoichi duties. Kurenai nodded, then turned her head in Naruto's direction. Naruto thought about what he would work on during the break. He came to the conclusion that he needed a trump card in his arsenal if he wanted to have a chance to be able to fight the other Jinchuriki Gaara. His wind techniques might not be strong enough to overpower the sand-based jutsu of the Suna Shinobi. I'm not sure yet about my training for the month, sensei. I had plans to go meet the old man today in order to figure something out. he said to her while pointing at his stomach where Natsuki's seal is located. Kurenai understood his sign and gave him a nod of acceptance. All right, with Kiba and Hinata going their way, we don't need to hold team meetings every day anymore for the remaining of the Chunin exams. Just come to me if you need anything, she said as she dismissed her students. Hokage office. Naruto made his way to the old man's office and entered the same way he always did, knocking the door opened with his foot and shouting as he went inside. Hey old man, you got a minute? Asked the blonde. Yes Naruto, what can I do for you my boy? Shouldn't you be training for the finals? Replied Sarutobi. Naruto explained his problems to the village leader, Gaara being a host like him, and that he didn't know what he needed to focus on in order to compete with the Tsunade Jinchuriki. Sarutobi thought about it for a moment before he spoke again. As you know, your mother was chosen as a host before you because of the Uzumaki bloodline that allowed her to have some control over the Bijou. I don't know a lot about her bloodline other than it was only the female Uzumaki who could do it, but I think that the other Uzumaki should also have had some other way to defend themselves against the powers of Bijous. But there's no record left on the Uzumaki in the village Jiji. How will I be able to find anything relevant to my ancestors? Asked Naruto. Sarutobi seemed lost as well at the blonde's question. Narukuin, I think I know where we could find information about the Uzumaki, said Natsuki in his mind. Really? Where? Replied Naruto in his mind. Do you remember Yuzushigakure? It's the place where your mother came from. Even though it was destroyed in the Second Shinobi War, I'm sure you could still find something useful there, replied the vixen. Naruto's eyes widened at this. He did indeed wanted to visit his mother's homeland, where he hoped he could also find a way to free Natsuki from the seal. Gigi, what about Yuzu no Kuni, or more precisely what's left of it? I'm sure I could find something useful for me there, and I think that I need to visit the country where my mother was born and all my ancestors before her. Asked Naruto. I think that's a great idea, Naruto-kun. However, I can't let you go alone, and I don't have any resource left to spare since the village's forces are already under a lot of stress with the patrols and gate duties increased due to the Chunin exams. Sarutobi said to Naruto. I can't ask Kurenai-sensei to come with me for a month-long trip outside the village. Kiba or Hinata may need her more than me during that time, thought a dejected Naruto. Sarutobi was sad that he couldn't help his adoptive grandson, but he had to stay fair. He couldn't order one of his subordinates to travel to Yuzu no Kuni with Naruto without a proper reason. He thought about who he could possibly send out in an off-the-record mission, someone that would be able to leave unnoticed. That shinobi would have to be strong enough to protect Naruto and also level-headed enough to bear Naruto's exuberant attitude. Then his eyes suddenly widened as he just found the perfect escort for Naruto. Yes, I think it is highly time that those two meet, he thought. Naruto, I may have someone who could go with you to Yuzu no Kuni. He is also strong enough to supervise your training while you try to find traces of your ancestors, Sarutobi said with a smile on his face. Who is it, Gigi? I thought you said everyone was busy at the moment. Asked Naruto. Well, he is not exactly under my direct command, and he has free travel rights, so he isn't required to stay to protect the village at all time. It just happened that he came back this morning, replied the old man. Here, you will find him at this address. Give him this letter and he will understand the situation, added Sarutobi as he handed a letter with his seal on it to Naruto. Thank you, Gigi. I'll see you in a month, replied Naruto, and with that he left the office to go find that mysterious man. Konoha's onsen. Naruto made it to the bathhouse, wondering why Sarutobi knew this mysterious man would be here. He was also surprised when the old man didn't want to reveal this man's identity, saying that it would be better if the man properly introduced himself. He was about to enter when he heard strange noises from the side of the building. As he went around, he saw a man inside a tall tree looking down into the bathing area. The man was giggling and taking notes inside a small hand book at the same time. Naruto couldn't see his face as the man was hiding pretty high in that tree, and only the giggling and scratching were proof of his presence. If there was something that Naruto inherited from Kurenai, it was the hate of perverts. He was thinking of the best way to punish this pervert, then mentally called a jutsu. Futon. Furyuden no Jutsu. Naruto silently launched his jutsu against the tree the pervert was hiding in. The wind dragon slashed through the tree in its midsection, bending the upper section just in the right angle for the unsuspecting pervert to fall into the bathing area on the women's side. Seems like the ladies inside did not take too kindly to be disturbed and peeked to during their relaxation time. The pervert must have got the beating of his life if what Naruto heard from the other side of the wall was correct. Satisfied with his work, Naruto decided to go inside, in the men area of course, and find this instructor. According to his Gigi, the man had long white hairs and strange red markings on his face. He was about to enter the men locker room when he saw the pervert getting out of the women area, beaten and hurt but nothing too harsh. Then his eyes widened, long white hairs, those red lines on his face. Oh my god, he's the one Gigi was talking about, thought Naruto as he observed the man. Hey pervert, did you enjoy the beating? Asked Naruto. So that was you? Yelled the man as he charged at Naruto, but Naruto just stood there and lifted the letter with the Hokage seal in his hand. The approaching man stopped in his tracks and took the letter. His eyes widened as he read the letter, taking short glances at Naruto from time to time. So that's Minato's and Kushina's kid. Sensei is finally letting me take him out of the village. This should be fun, he thought in his mind before giving back the letter to Naruto. Then his face's expression suddenly changed and turned from lecherous and perverted into a serious one as he spoke to the young boy in front of him. Okay, I understand your situation and I'll go with you on your trip, he said. I don't see why the old man would choose a pervert like you to be my escort, much less the instructor to supervise my training for the month to come, replied Naruto. Follow me outside, you'll understand soon enough, replied the pervert. Naruto gave him a nod and they left the bathhouse. Then the man took Naruto to the closest empty training ground. Training Ground 17. They reached the center of the field and the man motioned for Naruto to sit down, and he did the same after making sure that no one was around for the upcoming conversation. Alright, let me introduce myself first. I'm Jiraiya of the Chunin and I was a student under the Sandaime. I'm in charge of Konoha's spy network, so that's why I'm almost never inside the village, said the now identified Jiraiya. That's also the reason why I couldn't look after you before now, he added in his mind. Naruto's eyes widened as he recognized the name. Jiraiya is one of the best, if not the best shinobi of the Leaf right now. He, along with two others, was in the team trained by Gigi a long time ago. It was said in the book he read about them that each of them could fight an entire army by themselves. And you know about my reason to go there? Asked Naruto, scared that this man would hold a grudge against him for holding Natsuki in him. Yes, the Hokage explained the situation in his letter, that you would face the Tsunade Jinchuriki in the finals. I also know about your burden. Replied Jiraiya. Naruto smiled. He found another person who did not hate him for having Natsuki sealed in him. He was a little weird and a big-time pervert, but he was strong and seemed reliable too. Deciding to follow his instincts, he made his decision. I would be honored to have you supervise my training for the month to come, and I thank you for accepting to come with me to find my mother's homeland, said the young blonde as he bowed to the Chunin. Alright, drop the formalities. Pack your things, we leave tomorrow morning at dawn, said Jiraiya as he stood up. Okay, Ero Sennin. See you tomorrow, replied Naruto as he shined out of the area. Jiraiya almost fell back when he heard the nickname but smiled as he too left the clearing. Time skip, 1 week later. Took them 1 week to finally reach Yuzu no Kuni. The fastest way was to walk back to Wave before taking a boat in order to reach the ruins of the ancient civilization of Whirlpool Country. They were currently on the boat and the island of Yuzu was in sight. During their traveling time, Jiraiya had evaluated Naruto's level of skill in all the ninja arts. He had come to the same conclusion as Kurenai and her friends. Naruto was currently at high Chunin level at least and Tokubetsu Jonin at most. Jiraiya knew Kurenai would work on Naruto's Genjutsu issues later, so he decided to improve the boy's basic chakra control. He was astonished at Naruto's control over the wind element and accepted to help the boy in his tests to counter every elemental techniques thrown at him since Jiraiya was able to use all 5 elemental elements. He also started to teach Naruto the basics in the art of Fuinjutsu. He's talented. It reminds me so much of Minato, sometimes it hurts, thought the old hermit. Naruto was currently working with a water balloon. Jiraiya said that he needed to make the balloon pop using pure chakra only, no wind allowed. He had started the exercise yesterday, He was making good progress and understood that he needed to spin the water inside the balloon in such a way that it would pop. I wonder what I'm doing wrong. Maybe I should work on the path of the water inside the balloon again, wondered the blonde. Both teacher and student were pulled out of their musing when the boat finally reached the coast. They agreed with the captain of the boat to meet again at the same place in 2 weeks. It would give them just enough time to go back to Konoha. Okay, here's how we will work for the next 2 weeks. You will train with me every day from dawn to approximately 5 p.m., then you will be free to explore and do whatever you want from there, announced Jiraiya, and Naruto nodded to him. 2 days after their arrival, Naruto finally managed to pop the water balloon using only chakra. Jiraiya then made him start a harder exercise. This time he had to pop a rubber ball with his chakra. In the meantime, Naruto had started exploring the island. So far he didn't find anything interesting. Nature and time had already erased most trace of the ancient village of Whirlpool. He remembered asking Natsuki if she knew anything but was disappointed by her answer. Flashback, 2 days ago. Alright, training is done for today. Do you know where I should start to search for my mother's ancient village, Nachan? Asked Naruto. I'm sorry, Narukuin. Unlike with you, I didn't interact a lot with your mother. The sealing technique seems different too. I wasn't able to access her senses from inside her seal the same way I can with yours. I didn't have access to her memories either. All I know about her is what she told me on the rare occasions she visited her mindscape, replied Natsuki. It's okay, Nachan. I'm sure we'll figure out something. I still have 2 weeks left and I could always come back later, Naruto said. End of flashback. 2 days later, Naruto succeeded in blowing up the rubber ball using his chakra. The key this time was to concentrate his chakra while applying what he learned from the first stage. His search through his mother's hometown ruins also progressed as he was able to find the buried entrance of what must have been the Uzukage Tower, considering the huge whirlpool sign at the entrance. He managed to clear the entrance of the rubble, blocking it with the help of several Kage Bunshins. Once inside, he came to a dead end. The door in front of him had a strange red seal on it. That's a blood seal, Narukuin. Most likely only one with Uzumaki blood can go through this door. You have to apply some of your blood on the seal and the door will open, said Natsuki in his mind. He did as instructed and the door opened. Inside the building, most of the rooms had collapsed. He only found another room which seemingly resisted the last war. The door to that room was once again protected by a blood seal. This room must have been a library of sort. Most of the books were old and barely readable. In the center of the room stood a strange shrine. On top of it was a scroll with the same blood seal Naruto already saw on the doors from earlier. He opened the scroll, unlocking it with his blood, and his eyes widened at what he read. If you are reading this, then that means that you are most likely the last Uzumaki remaining in this world. Kiri, Kumo, and IWA launched a surprise attack on our village, and we did not have the time to call for the help of our allies of the Leaf before they completely surrounded our lands. Even with our best effort, we could not hold off an enemy outnumbering us 10-1. We have lost most of our men trying to defend the main gate of the village, but it also fell this morning, and now I'm one of the last standing. In this scroll, I have sealed our 2 most precious treasures. First is the Uzumaki Scroll of Seals. It contains most of our works on Fuinjutsu. Next is our sacred summoning scroll to our loyal allies of old time, the dragons. Be warned that only an Uzumaki can be accepted as a summoner for the dragons, as anyone else who tries to bond with them shall die in insufferable pain. I have sealed these hoping that someone from our blood survived this attack and one day he or she would show the world that the Uzumaki are still alive and take our place back as one of the most powerful clan. Good luck. From Uzumaki Kazuma, the last Uzukage of Whirlpool. Naruto decided to wait before going through the Fuinjutsu scroll since he only started to learn the basics with Jiraiya on it. It was nevertheless a gold mine for his future research on how to free Natsuki from the seal. He unsealed the dragon summoning contract and followed the instructions from the scroll and Natsuki to sign his name on it. Once done, he felt a weird sensation in his body as he was teleported from his current position to a strange place. Summoning World. It seemed he was on top of a mountain. He couldn't even see the ground from where he was. He was suddenly pulled out of his musing when a huge black dragon came out of nowhere. Who dares to use our old contract with the Uzumaki royal family to come to this sacred place? Roared the creature as it landed in front of Naruto. My name is Uzumaki Naruto and I found the scroll inside the ruins of the ancient village of Whirlpool, answered the blonde. Uzumaki, you say? Be warned that you will die if you lied to me. Now come here and pass the test to prove your worth, said the dragon. As Naruto approached him, the dragon suddenly lashed at him and bit him on his forearm. Naruto winced at the pain but chose to stay calm as this was most likely part of the test. You have indeed the blood of our loyal friends, the Uzumaki, flowing through your veins. You may call me Ryuu. I am the leader of the dragon family. We will answer to your call each time you ask for us, Uzumaki Naruto, said the Dragon King as he bowed to his new summoner. It is my honor to unite once more the Uzumaki clan to our old allies the dragons, replied Naruto with a bow too. I will see you soon, young hatchling, said Ryuu as he unsummoned Naruto back to his original position inside the ruins of Whirlpool. Back in Yuzu, Naruto reappeared in the sealed room. He noticed a tattoo with the form of a dragon on his left forearm, where Ryu bit him. The scroll said it was the sign of the dragon summoner. From now on, Naruto just needed to spread some blood on it and he could summon dragons. Having found what he looked for, he left the ruins and joined Jiraiya back at their camp. He spent the remaining days they had on the island to master the last chakra exercise Jiraiya was making him perform. Turns out those exercises were the key parts in mastering a technique invented by the fourth Hokage called the Rasengan, and Naruto managed to learn it in only 2 weeks. When it was finally the moment to leave the island, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little sad to leave behind the only place in the world where he could feel some sort of bond to his long-lost clan. Time skip, 1 week later. They were finally back in front of the gates of Konoha, just for the day of the finals. Chapter 12, Finals. Konoha Stadium Public Zone. Every seat in the stadium was occupied. It seemed that every ninja of the Leaf not busy with patrol rounds or gate duty had come to see the Chunin exam finals on this day. Of course, there were lots of civilians too, curious to see the most promising generation of genin the Leaf has ever produced since the legendary Sannin. Mixed in the crowd could be seen the remaining members of the Rookies 9+ team guy who did not qualify for the finals: Sakura, Hinata, Tenten, Lee, Ino, and Choji with their sensei Kakashi, Kurenai, Guy, and Asuma. All were waiting for the match to start, watching the giant screen which was displaying the matchup for the upcoming match. Arena. In the center of the arena stood the contestants who won their preliminary match, and a new referee in the name of Shiranui Genma. There was a question in the mind of everyone though. Where the hell is Naruto? Indeed, the young blonde had yet to arrive. A good thing that his match against Gaara was scheduled last. Even Uchiha Sasuke, who had been training the whole month with Kakashi, had arrived earlier than expected, Kakashi saying something about not wanting to experience the joys of gate duty again. They all turned their head in the direction of the Kage box. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to make a speech for the opening ceremony of the Chunin exam finals. Kage box. The Sandaime stood in the Kage box. The Kazekage had also come to watch his ninja compete in the finals. He wore his Kage robe and had a veil that hides his whole face except his eyes. Each of them had 2 bodyguards. After his introduction speech, Sarutobi gave the signal for the first match to begin under the roar of the crowd. Arena. Okay, you know the drill. Everyone except Inuzuka Kiba and Hyuga Niji please leave the arena and go to the waiting room upstairs, said Genma. As they all left for the waiting room, Genma explained the rules to the first contestants. Basically the same rules from the preliminary part applied: winner by forfeit, referee decision, losing consciousness, or death. After receiving confirmation from both sides that they understood, Genma authorized the match to begin. Inuzuka Kiba versus Hyuga Niji. As Genma launched the match, Niji immediately activated his bloodline. Be a Kugen, he said as he fell into the Jukin Taijutsu stance. Kiba went through hand signs and Akamaru changed into a second Kiba. Ninpo, Junjin Bunshin, said the Inuzuka heir as his familiar hinged into a perfect copy of himself. You will pay for hurting Hinata-chan, said Kiba. How typical of a loser to seek comfort and revenge from another loser. But today your fate is sealed. You will lose against me, replied Niji. Seeing that Niji was not about to move and simply waited, Kiba decided to launch the first attack to gauge his opponent's defensive ability. Getsuga, he yelled as a double tornado created from his and Akamaru's movements made its way towards the Hyuga prodigy. Niji waited for the last moment until he launched his counter, Hakusho Kaiten, he said as he expelled chakra from every tenketsu on his body, forming a perfect sphere of chakra as his body was in a repetitive rotation move. Kiba once again experienced his trademark jutsu being countered, the memories of his match against Choji still vivid in his mind. He decided to try the same strategy he used against Choji and launched another jutsu. Doton Doryu Taiga, he said as a torrent of mud appeared in the area, covering most of the ground and especially the ground beneath Niji's feet. Kiba then launched another Getsuga with Akamaru still following him in Niji's direction. Niji waited the last moment again before using his Kaiten, and Kiba was countered just like the first time. He could even tell that his mud did not slow the Hyuga down one bit. "Is that all you can do, loser? You will never get through my absolute defense," taunted Niji. "Or did you thought that your ridiculous plan from the preliminary match would work against me? I can perform my Kaiten no matter how the ground is. I could even do it while jumping," added the prodigy. "I've lost enough time and chakra with you, my turn to attack now. You're in my circle of divination," Niji said calmly. Jukenho Hak Rokuju Yanshu, as Niji called his technique, he was already in front of the first Kiba, who moved directly in his path. Niji then launched a barrage of Juken attacks, effectively closing most of the first Kiba's tenketsus. Turns out this Kiba was the hinged Akamaru, as he dispelled himself at the end of Niji's terrifying attack. Kiba could only watch from his place as his companion sacrificed himself to prevent his master from losing the match. Kiba gritted his teeth in anger and chose to not let his companion's sacrifice go to a waste. "I'll have to use it. It's all or nothing at this point," he thought as he prepared his next jutsu. Kiba then ran towards Niji and dropped a smoke bomb at his feet. "I can see through your smoke, fool," said Niji as he prepared another Kaiten. "Getsuga," yelled Kiba as he started his rotation move. As Niji activated his absolute defense, Kiba suddenly dispelled his jutsu, then, still airborne, started to do new hand signs, Doton, Kuka no Jutsu, he said as his body turned into stone and he went right into Niji's Kaiten. This time Kiba was not pushed back by the Hyuga's defense, and as the rotation ended, the two opponents were still close to each other. Kiba was still standing and had his arms crossed in front of his chest in a protective guard stance. Before Niji could move, Kiba moved his guard up to protect his face, and what Niji saw on the Inuzuka's chest made him widen his eyes. Hinata in the stands, with her Byakugan activated, understood Kiba's plan and tried to tell him to stop. "Kabakuin, no, don't do this." "I'm sorry, Hinata-chan," thought Kiba as the exploding tag he had planted on his chest detonated. This time Kiba went down. Even with his stone body enhancement jutsu activated, he took the full blast of the explosion point blank. His body jutsu had been dispelled and he was bleeding from several spots. Niji wasn't doing really better. Even though he was a little further from the blast, he didn't have the time to activate his Kaiten again. He was also bleeding profusely and couldn't stand up. Genma, seeing that no contestant could stand up, was about to call the match and declare a draw, but he was stopped as Kiba slowly went back up. He then walked towards the still-down Niji. "I may be a loser, but Hinata-chan isn't. During your fight, she could have easily ended your pathetic ass if she wanted with a single hand sign, but she didn't. I know all about your family. Hinata-chan chose to fight you fairly, and you disrespected her by your actions and your words," he said. "You say that fate determines everything in life, so wasn't it your fate to lose when you had to go against a main house member?" he continued, and Niji still couldn't move. Genma was about to declare Kiba the winner when the Inuzuka surprised everyone in the stadium. "Proctor, I forfeit. My companion is severely hurt, so I won't be able to fight properly anyway in the next match," said Kiba as he took Akamaru's body in his arms and left the arena. "Winner by forfeit, Hyuga Niji," announced Gunma as the doctors came to help Niji. Hyuga Hayashi, seeing his nephew being transported to the infirmary, decided to have a long conversation with him about some family secrets. He thought it was time for the young boy to know about his father's sacrifice and how he too fought against his fate at the end of his life. He hoped it wasn't too late to help Niji realize that fate doesn't control everything in life. After 5 minutes of recess, Genma called the next match. Sabaku no Kankuro and Aburame Shino. Please proceed to the center of the arena, please. Proctor, I forfeit. Suddenly said Kankuro. There's no way I would reveal my hand right now. We need to follow the plan, and for that Gaara has to be the one who fight first. Thought the Sunanin. Winner by forfeit, Aburame Shino, announced Gunma. The crowd was getting nervous. So, to not get too suspicious, Temari decided to take action and leaped over the fence of the waiting area to descend into the arena. She landed right next to Gunma. I think it's my turn, said the Suna Kunoichi. Nara Shikamaru. Get your ass over here, commanded Genma. Shikamaru was really close to forfeit since he didn't really want to fight in the first place, and he considered very troublesome that the blonde Suna Kunoichi seemed really eager to start. Then the faces of his teammate Yamanaka Ino and his mother scolding him for being a lazy bum flashed in his mind. Deciding that he'd rather get his ass kicked by the blonde woman down there than by his mother or Ino, he slowly made his way to the arena. Nara Shikamaru versus Sabaku no Temari. As soon as the two fighters were ready, Genma launched the match. The fight was clearly a different type than the first one. When the first fight was a confrontation of power and speed, this one was a game of intelligence and patience. Both ninja were skilled strategists, and both knew of their opponent's offensive capability. Temari remembered her opponent's Kagemain no Jutsu from his match against the Oto Kunoichi, and Shikamaru remembered his opponent's Wind Jutsu associated to her fan and especially the Kamaitashi no Jutsu. Both tried to read the other one's jutsu reach and used the arena's ground to their advantage in doing so. As Shikamaru finally succeeded in capturing Temari in his shadow manipulation jutsu, he realized that his chakra reserves were critically low and tried to think of a new plan to get out of that situation. Unfortunately, he ran out of time and was forced to forfeit as he used most of his chakra. The winner for the third match is Sabaku no Temari, declared Genma. The next match will start in 5 minutes, he said as Temari and Shikamaru were leaving the arena. Sabaku no Gaara versus Uzumaki Naruto. When the time for the fourth match to start came, only Genma and Gaara were in the arena. People were starting to wonder where Naruto was, and Sarutobi allowed a 5 minutes extended time for Naruto to arrive or be disqualified. There was only 5 seconds left remaining when the wind suddenly picked up. Soon a giant tornado appeared in the middle of the arena. Seconds later, as the wind finally vanished, Naruto could be seen standing where the giant tornado was just a moment ago. Jiraiya took this opportunity to Shunshin just behind Sarutobi at the same time. I trust that Naruto is ready, Jiraiya? Asked the Sandaime. Of course he is. Who do you think trained him, sensei? Replied the hermit before taking a look at his student. I'm not late, am I? Asked Naruto with a grin. You're right on time, Naruto, replied Genma with a smirk as he motioned for the match to start. Get ready, Narukuin. This will be the hardest one you had to fight until now. Even harder than against Zabuza, Natsuki told him. I know, Nachan, replied Naruto as he fell into his Kitsune Taijutsu stance. Kaze no Yoroi, called Naruto in his mind as wind chakra flowed through his body. Gaara just stood silent as a cloud of sand started to get out of his gourd. Then he suddenly pointed his arm in Naruto's direction and called his first jutsu. Sabaku Q, he said as a wall of sand made its way towards Naruto. Futon. Furyuden no Jutsu Naruto used to counter the sand mass aimed at him. The two attack collided in an explosion of sand. Naruto didn't lose time as he immediately called his next jutsu, already going through hand signs. Futon. Tsubaime Geishi. This time a wave of steel, composed by dozens of kunai, made its way around Gaara, then randomly changed its path to point at the back of the Suna shinobi. Gaara didn't even blink as all the sand, which was blown away by Naruto's attack just seconds ago, moved back behind him to intercept the incoming bird of steel. Naruto's attack was not able to break through Gaara's defense, and his shadow kunai were all blocked then dispelled, only leaving the 2 true kunai Naruto used for his jutsu embedded in the ground behind Gaara. Spectators. Everyone in the stadium was stunned at the display of all those high-level techniques. What was even more surprising is that except for those who saw the preliminary fights, no one ever saw any of those jutsu. The blonde was throwing high-level wind jutsu, while the redhead used weird sand jutsu, and neither of them seemed to need hand signs to perform them. Sasuke, who had been waiting for his turn, seethed at not being able to copy any of those jutsu with his Sharingan. Arena. Gaara decided to attack again as he charged chakra and launched another Sabakukyu at Naruto. This one, though, had a lot more chakra. The wave of sand approached Naruto with twice the speed it had during the first time, forcing the blonde to reveal his true speed as he evaded every tendrils of sand aimed at him and reappeared on the other side of the stadium in Gaara's back. Naruto took out 2 more kunai and coated them with wind chakra. Futon. Futego Kaze Ken no Jutsu, he called in his mind. He then used his Kitsune Yurei no Jutsu high-speed illusion movement as he charged at Gaara, leaving 4 trails of afterimages. Not able to detect which phantom approaching was a fake, Gaara's automatic defense was not able to block Naruto's attack this time. Naruto's attack managed to connect with Gaara's shoulder, drawing the first blood of the match. The whole Suna delegation was shocked that someone was finally able to injure their weapon. Said weapon was the most shocked of them as he never experienced the feeling of losing his own blood due to an injury. Gaara managed to force Naruto to fall back and drop his 2 kunai as his Sabakukyu was a lot faster when used in close range. He then recalled all his sand and with a single hand sign gave his sand the form of a sphere around him, recovering him completely. A smaller orb of sand started to gather higher in the sky and soon took the form of an eye. Dai-san no Mi could be heard from within the sand sphere. Naruto had only a few seconds to stare at the strange eye floating in the air when another jutsu was called from inside the sphere, Suna Shuriken. A barrage of sand missiles were launched from the sand structure and aimed directly at Naruto, who could only dodge while running around. Naruto understood how his opponent's combo worked and was impressed. Gaara increased his overall defense after being hit by the Kitsune Yurei combined to the Kaze-ken by creating a full sphere of solid sand around him, and overcame the drawback of not being able to see outside by having that third eye jutsu spying on the battlefield for him. Those Suna Shuriken were no laughing matter either, being less heavy and more dense than a regular shuriken. Their speed was faster and their power stronger. Naruto tried his combo again as he charged another Kitsune Yurei with 2 new Kaze-ken. However, this time the 3 illusions went through the sand sphere with no reaction from it, and the structure only reacted to the real Naruto and sent tendrils of sand in his path. As he was countered, Naruto received a deep injury in his right shoulder and started to bleed from there. He decided to fall back to the other end of the arena in order to think about his next move. His new defense is truly something. The sand in it is a lot more dense than what he showed me earlier, and I won't be able to pierce it with any of my wind jutsu. A Rasengan wouldn't work either. As long as he has that sand around him, I can't get close. Anko-sensei was right. I didn't even notice his counter before it was already too late. I will only try the Rasengan if I manage to get past his defense first. I need something to get rid of that sand. Now for the nature of sand. His eyes widened as he finally found a way. He used some blood that was coming from his shoulder injury to coat his thumb with it, then applied it to his tattoo on his forearm. He then went through hand signs and called his jutsu, Ninpo, Kuchios no Jutsu, and pushed his hands on the ground where a puff of smoke appeared. Out of the smoke flew out a huge red dragon, with Naruto on its back. It had 4 muscular limbs and very large wings. In the stands, everyone was shocked at the sight of the mystical beast. Sarutobi looked at Jiraiya and asked, Jiraiya, where the hell did he get a dragon summoning contract? He found it during our training, you know where. One day he came back with a tattoo and the scroll. I was so shocked I couldn't make him the next Toad Sage that I didn't even insist on knowing more. You'll have to ask him for details, replied the hermit, looking back towards Naruto. I am Hiryu, a fire dragon. How may I be of assistance, Naruto-sama? Asked the winged creature to its summoner. I need you to launch your most powerful fireball in that mass of sand in the center of the arena, Hiryu, said Naruto. It shall be done, at your command, Naruto-sama, replied the dragon as it was ready to fire. As they flew right above the sand sphere, Naruto gave his summon the signal to fire and launched his own jutsu, Futon, Tenka Furyu Endan. He called as his wind dragon combined to Hiryu's fireball to form a gigantic blazing dragon of chakra. The jutsu hit the sand dome, covering the whole stadium with smoke. As the smoke cleared out, instead of a dome of sand stood a dome of glass. The more experienced ninja in the crowd understood Naruto's objective and had to applaud his plan. He used science and the reaction of sand turning into glass when heated at high temperature. Naruto jumped out of his dragon and dispelled it, then landed right in front of the glass structure. He then charged another jutsu that shocked everyone, knowing its creator, Rasengan, he said, as an orb of visible chakra appeared in his right hand. He slammed it into the dome and went right through it, taking a shocked Gaara by surprise. The ball of chakra expanded, then left Naruto's hand and continued its path towards the arena's wall, dragging along a screaming and bleeding Gaara. When the jutsu dissipated, an unconscious Gaara laid with his back to the wall. Chapter 13. Clash of the Titans. Konoha Stadium Arena. Naruto looked at what his jutsu just did. Sure, he remembered his training and performing it against large trees or rocks, but this was the first time he used Rasengan against another human being. The result was astonishing and terrifying at the same time. He knew he could have put more chakra in the orb before releasing it. The result would have been him tearing a hole inside of his opponent's body instead of just scratching him. He stood there in the middle of the arena, lost in his thoughts and trying to catch his breath. Spectators' seats. Most of the spectators were stunned to see the Rasengan again. That was one of the two signature moves of the Yondaime Hokage Namikaze Minato. Few of them knew Jiraiya could also use it, but the old pervert was almost never in Konoha. The rare times he was there, the hermit just visited the Sandaime or went to the red light district. How the hell did Naruto learn Minato-sensei's jutsu, thought Kakashi. What is that jutsu? I couldn't copy it either. How did he progress so much in only a month? Is Kakashi the right sensei for me? What have I been doing all this time? Were the questions flashing through Sasuke's mind. Kushina-sensei would have been so proud of you, Naruto. Show them all your true worth, thought Kurenai with pride, looking at her sensei's son. Arena. Seeing the unmoving form of Gaara, Genma was about to end the match and announce Naruto as the winner when an explosion of chakra shook the whole stadium. A thick cloud of dust and sand preventing anyone from seeing what was happening in the arena. So it has finally come to this, thought Naruto, looking in the direction of the demonic chakra leaking inside the arena. The real fight starts now, Naruto. Be careful and remember the techniques you learned, said Natsuki. When the dust settled down, Gaara's new form appeared in front of everyone. He looked like a chimera, a mix between including his old body, some overgrown sand armor and some bestial features, as could be seen a tail behind his back and his two pointy ears. I'm free after so long. The boy is finally asleep, roared the beast. How unpleasant to finally meet you, Shikaku, answered Naruto as he took off his protection vest and teared his right hand sleeve, revealing a strange tattoo in the form of a fox on his right biceps. Remember, you only control one of my tail, so far, Naruto, warned Natsuki as she knew Naruto was about to unleash her powers. I know, Nachan, this Yuki storage seal only contains one tail worth of your Yuki so far. I'll have to read the Uzumaki scroll again to know how to boost its storage capacity up, replied Naruto as he spread some of his blood over his fox tattoo. Once done, another surge of chakra resonated in the arena. This time Naruto was the cause. The activation of his seal, or deactivation depending on how you see it, managed to fuse on tail worth of Natsuki's power to his own. His eyes were blood red instead of his natural blue ones, and he had an aura of visible red chakra surrounding his whole body. Kagebox. Sarutobi's eyes widened at the display of power in the arena. He then turned to his old student and started to whisper. Jiraiya, what was the seal he released just before that second chakra surge? And is it demonic chakra I feel? Asked the Sandaime to his student. Yes, that's a seal we came up with together. While going through the scroll he found on his family's Fuinjutsu. It allows him to store demonic chakra, or Yuki as he calls it, for future use. Furthermore, it is completely harmless for his body since it doesn't come directly from the fox, but has been filtered through that special purification seal, replied the Gama Sannin to his sensei. The Kazekage, who was of course out of hearing range from the previous conversation, was seething at what he saw. First, the arrival of the Gama Sannin. He knew he could deal with Sarutobi, but Jiraiya's arrival changed everything. Then his trump card in destabilizing Konoha's forces, the Ichibi, was being pushed around by a mere genin. Finally, it turns out that Mir Genin was most likely the host for the Kyuubi no Yoko and seemed to have some control over his demonic powers, very unlike Gaara. The most logical decision right there was to cancel the invasion and discreetly pull back all his pawns before being discovered and losing the element of surprise. His spies in the stadium were still waiting for his signal to launch the operation, but he decided to wait a little more before making a decision. Arena. Shikaku decided to attack first. He took a deep breath and filled his lungs with air, then violently expelled it while calling his jutsu, Futon. Rankuden, a huge mass of pressurized air, went at Naruto's direction. With his chakra reserves to the max again, Naruto decided to use one of his more chakra-taxing counter as he charged wind chakra to his hands and slammed them to the ground while calling the jutsu in his mind, Futon. Higuma Otoshi. This was the same move he used against Zabuza's water dragon in Wave Country. Naruto was shielded from Shikaku's missile behind his wind wall. The mass of condensed air just impacted the rising wind column Naruto made without dealing any damage. This angered Shikaku, not liking the sight of his jutsu being easily countered, launched the same attack again. Only this time, instead of one air cannonball, he used 3 of them. Naruto looked at the sky, smirking as he saw a huge dark cloud forming above them as he continued to absorb every air missile the Ichibi was throwing at him and redirecting them into the sky. Naruto then took out a special-looking kunai and threw it in the direction of the raccoon hybrid, going through hand signs as the kunai left his hand. Only a few in the crowd recognized the sequence of hand signs he did. To the others, it looked vaguely familiar. As he ended the last hand sign, Naruto called his jutsu out loud, Futon, Hugeishi. Uzumaki Naruto, I don't know what you're trying to do, but that jutsu of yours won't be able to pierce my defense. I was aware of my surroundings when you were fighting the boy, so even if your kunai reach my back with that strange technique, it won't damage me, said the Ichibi. True to his words, the kunai first divided itself in a dozen of kunai. Then they all changed their course and went to target his back like he saw when Naruto first used the Tsubeim Geishi. He didn't even feel the need to raise some kind of defense to intercept the incoming kunai. To his surprise, though, as they were close to hitting him, he could clearly see that those kunai weren't regular kunai. They all had exploding tags attached to them and they were all ready to blow. Before he could react, the exploding tags all detonated, creating a huge flame that combined with Naruto's original wind attack looked like a bird of fire. The fire predator impacted Shikaku in his back. The roar and cries of agony from the beast sent chills down everyone's spine in the stadium, as large flames were surrounding its body. Naruto then used his speed to appear behind him and sent a powerful kick to the back of its head, forcibly sending him in the center of the arena. He then did a single hand sign and the 4 kunai he seemingly accidentally dropped to the ground during the first part of the fight started to glow, revealing that they were actually placed in a perfect square position all around the Ichibi. Uzumaki Hijitsu, Akuma Sokubaku Wana, called Naruto as his trap was activated and 4 dark chains went out of the ground and each went to tightly restrain one of the beast's limb. Shikaku, with a large part of his body still lit on fire, tried to force his way out of the chains but felt his strength being rapidly drained away, most likely by those chains. Naruto then channeled wind to his hands again and called his next jutsu, Futon, Kirinotoshi, as he slammed his hands on the ground just in front of his opponent's feet. A new column of air rose from the ground, with the still restrained and burning Shikaku as its base and the large dark cloud as its top. Seconds later, a large thunderbolt left the cloud and fell directly on the trapped demon, using the conductive chains as an entry point then dispersing into the ground. The energy behind Naruto's last attack was high enough to literally melt the Ichibi's guard, turning the Suna no Yoroi, recovering most of its body into glass, then shattering it into pieces, also taking away the chains and kunai that served to trap it. The jutsu was covered by a blinding white light. When everyone's eyes started to recover from the blinding flash, all they saw in the arena was an unconscious Gaara on the floor. Gone were the extra appendages of sand on his body. Gone was all trace of demonic chakra coming from him as well. Naruto was standing a few feet away, his aura of chakra also dispelled, and he had recovered his deep blue eyes again. He looked slightly tired but did not seem hurt. His injury from the first part of the match against Gaara already healed. Ganma, who had taken refuge in a corner of the arena, made his way back to the center of the arena. He crouched down to check on the status of the Suna shinobi. He was able to feel a pulse from the young red head and let sigh escape his mouth as he stood up and looked at the audience. Everyone in the stadium was silent, waiting for the referee's announcement. You could hear the wind blow and several noises from outside the walls of the stadium, and the silence was starting to get heavy when Genma finally decided to speak. Sabaka no Gaara is unconscious and consequently unable to continue the fight. The winner of the fight is Uzumaki Naruto, winner by knockout, finally said the bandana-wearing referee. After a few more seconds of silence, suddenly all hell broke loose as the entire stadium was on its feet, applauding for one Uzumaki Naruto. The pariah of the Leaf stood there in the center of the arena, not knowing how to react to the cheers, admiration looks and cries of joy he saw and heard in the crowd. Spectators' seats. Kiba and Hinata, who had come back just before the last attack, were happy for their teammate and clapping their hands like everyone around them. Kurenai was proud of her student and found funny that he didn't know how to react in that situation. The other students were stunned at the level of skill displayed by their fellow Genin comrade. Several Chunin and Jonin made comments about Naruto's growth and how he seemed in full control of the Kyuubi's powers during his fight. They could see firsthand the difference between a host controlled by his beast in the image of Gaara and one who had the control over his inner demon looking at Naruto. The several foreign ninja who came to watch the match while impressed by the fight just like everybody around them, also noted in a corner of their mind to speak with their leader about this really talented though extremely dangerous new talent the Leaf had, for future reference. The shallow civilians who had hated Naruto for most of his life now looked up to him and cheered for him as if they were long friends. Kage box. In the Kage box, the reactions were mixed. The Kazekage was silent. Damn it! With Gaara out of the picture, I can forget about the invasion. It was already looking bad with the addition of Jiraiya, but now I just lost my trump card. He thought. I have no choice. I'll have to call it off, mused the masked Kage as he made a discreet sign to someone in the spectators' area. At the same time, Sarutobi and Jiraiya were celebrating for the young blonde. It reminds you of another certain blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy Jiraiya, doesn't it? Asked Sarutobi to his student. Yes, sensei, it certainly does, replied the Toad Sage before adding, I can't believe he went that far in only a month. I taught him the Rasengan in only 2 weeks. It took me months to master that. I only taught him the basics in Fuinjutsu and he was able to create such an intricate trap based on them in the middle of a damn match. Are you disappointed that he will not take over you as the next Toad Sage now that he is the summoner of the legendary contract of the dragons? Asked the Sandaime. I would lie if I said that it doesn't affect me, but I know that I can't request anything from him. After all, I'm his godfather and I was never there for him when he needed me, said a serious Jiraiya. You had no choice in the matter. We both know he would have faced the same or worse dangers if he went with you during your travels, said Sarutobi as he continued with a subject he had wanted to talk about with Jiraiya for a long time already. We will have to tell him the truth about his father soon, Jiraiya. I know, sensei, let's wait for the end of the tournament, replied the Sennin. He makes a good Chunin, don't you think? Asked the old Kage. He sure does, said Jiraiya with pride in his voice. Arena. Since Uzumaki Naruto has to fight again, it is only fair to have a break now. The finals will resume in 1 hour, called Genma. As Naruto was granted a 1-hour pause, the crowd also used that time to go refresh themselves, eat and rest from the mentally exhausting match they just saw. When the time was over, everyone was back in their seat. Naruto stood in the center of the arena. He had go home to change his clothes and took a rapid meal at the Ichiraka ramen bar on the way. Genma was also there, but Sasuke was still nowhere to be found. Chapter 14, Respect and Fear. Konoha Stadium Arena. Naruto was waiting for his next match to start. The break allowed him to replenish some of the chakra he used during his fight against Gaara, but it was still nowhere near his full potential. Thinking about the other Jinchuruki made him remember the words they shared after the redhead finally woke up. Flashback. Stadium entrance, 20 minutes ago. After coming back from the break, Naruto had met the Hokage on his way to the contestants' waiting area. There you are, Naruto-kun. That was a great performance earlier, said Sarutobi to his surrogate grandson. Thanks, Gigi. It's all thanks to the training I went through last month. Ero-sennin may seem lazy sometimes, but during training he's a real slave driver, replied Naruto. The Sandaime chuckled at the nickname Naruto gave to his old student. After all, if even he, the shinobi no kami, could not get the boy to call him by a respectful name. There was no way he would accept that Naruto calls Jiraiya by a formal name. Well, it's all good, but I came here to tell you personally that in order to continue the tournament, I want you to check in at the infirmary to see if everything is all right first. You had an incredibly hard fight just an hour ago, announced the old man. But I'm perfectly fine, GG, replied Naruto. Due to his traumatic childhood experiences, he never liked hospitals, doctors, or nurses. It's all right, Naruto. I selected the staff myself. They all moved in Konoha recently and hold no grudge against you for your burden, said Sarutobi. Fine, I'll go, but I tell you I'm fine, replied Naruto as he made his way to the infirmary. As he went inside, he was surprised to see Gaara in one of the bed. The Jinchuriki was alone with the medical staff. His eyes were opened and he just seemed lost in his thoughts. I see you woke up. How do you feel? Asked Naruto. It's been a long time since I last had a moment of sleep. What happened? Replied the redhead. Naruto told him how the fight went after he had lost consciousness. Gaara was surprised someone the same age as him was able to subdue the beast. He wanted to know more about this mysterious blonde boy. Why did you not finish me when you had the chance? I threatened you on several occasions, and had it been me in your shoes, I would have not spared you, he said with no emotion. Because I too experienced the pain, I too felt the loneliness. I am also hated by most of the villagers for something I had no control about. We share the same burden, replied Naruto as Gaara's eyes widened at the revelation. Then why are you not like me? Asked Gaara, still feeling the murderous aura of the Ichibi inside him as they spoke. It all changed when I met her. I realized I wasn't alone anymore. Even me, the pariah, the demon, the monster as they all called me, had some people I could honestly call my family even if we don't share the same blood. Naruto said. So that's why you are strong. I wish I had people like yours, or that we met earlier, said the Suna Genin. Well, I don't know about your village, but at least your brother and sister seemed concerned about you after our fight was over, or during your fight with Lee. Moreover, I think there's something wrong with your seal. I'm a beginner, but one of my teacher is a master in the art. He could take a look at it one day, to see if we can get you to have some control over your burden and maybe catch a good night of sleep, replied Naruto with a smile. I would like that, said Gaara with the first smile he ever showed to anyone. The smile disappeared almost immediately and he spoke again. I think there's something you and your leader needs to know. It's about some ex-ninja of yours trying to destroy the leaf with the help of Suna, started Gaara. End of flashback. Naruto ran off to the old man right after his meeting with Gaara. He told him everything, how Orochimaru had allied himself with Suna and had planned the destruction of the leaf, where all the enemy forces were hiding and their strategy. Naruto also told Sarutobi that even if Konoha was a primary target of his old student, Sasuke was the secondary target. The snake planned to have him kidnapped during the confusion. Sarutobi was shocked first. His peaceful and trusting character could not believe that Orochimaru would sink so low, and that Suna was also working with the traitor. That second thought made him frown. He knew the Kazekage for a long time, and this course of action did not look like what the man would do. Adding to the fact that the man's chakra signature sitting right next to him during the finals felt highly familiar, the old man understood everything. He mobilized his Umbu immediately and called for a meeting with Baki, the second highest ranking officer in the Suna delegation. Said man already had his doubts and noticed a few strange events around the current Kazekage but could not prove anything. What definitely convinced him was Naruto coming into the meeting with all the three Suna siblings, all attesting that their father had been effectively acting strangely in the past weeks. A plan was devised very quickly with the help of Shikaka Nara, Konoha's most brilliant strategist, and the participation of Baki, and all those he could reach and convince from their troops that their leader was not the man they thought. Uchiha Sasuke had also been pulled off the grid and placed in a secured place by a patrol of Umbu. Back in the arena, Naruto was pulled out of his musing as he saw the Sandaime back in the Kage box. The old man gave him a discreet nod. Kage box. As the Sandaime was taking his seat, Orochimaru was seething that his plan was foiled by the intervention of Jiraiya and the Kyuubi brat. The snake couldn't even leave since he supposedly still had a ninja fighting in the exams. That would be highly suspicious. Moreover, his spies reported that they lost the trail of Uchiha Sasuke as the boy was making his way to the stadium. Everything seemed to go wrong on this day, and calling off the invasion was most likely the best thing he did today. Sarutobi then decided to play a little game and definitely verify the man's identity. That was a great performance earlier. A shame your shinobi lost. Indeed, I was sure my son would have won his fight and then face the last Uchiha in the following fight. Speaking of that, I don't see the Uchiha, replied the veiled Kage. No doubt about it now, the Kazekage I remember never calls Gaara his son, confirmed Sarutobi as he gave Jiraiya a nod. The Kazekage felt a strange sensation and immediately recognized the effect of what seemed to be a large-scale genjutsu cast all over the stadium. He knew he had given the signal to abort the operation, so it couldn't be his subordinate's jutsu. Then his eyes widened. He understood Konoha had discovered his plan and tried to use it against him. All of a sudden, a smoke bomb was thrown in the room. Both Sarutobi and Jiraiya leaped back from the fake Kazekage and his bodyguards in surprise. They were about to try to arrest them but were not fast enough, as Orochimaru and his men managed to fall back and then escape to the rooftop of the stadium. Rooftop. What they saw as they reached the top made them frown. All over the village and even inside the stadium, Oto shinobi were being slaughtered by both Konoha and Sunanins. Orochimaru realized the situation just went from bad to worse. He was joined by Kabuto after a few seconds. Our forces are targeted and destroyed all around the village, Orochimaru-sama, reported his right-hand man. How about the troops outside the village? It's the same as inside. Suna has turned against us and they can't get into the village, replied Kabuto. Go ahead and order them to fall back to Otogekure, announced Orochimaru. How about the troops inside the village, my lord? Asked Kabuto. You have your orders, said the snake Sannin. Very well, Orochimaru-sama, answered Kabuto as he shunshined away. Orochimaru then turned to his elite guard. Have you done what I asked of you? Hi, Orochimaru-sama, replied the 4 shinobi kneeling before him. Good, now leave, I will join you soon, he ordered, and they all left without a word. Just then, Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and a team of Umbu arrived on the roof. This is the end, Orochimaru. I will finish what I started years ago, but this time I won't let you escape, declared Sarutobi. The end? Your old age must be getting to you, sensei. You may have won today, but I promise you Konoha will burn. I will come back another day for your head, you old fool, replied the snake. Do you honestly think I will let you get away after all this? Said Jiraiya. I see you are still the loyal dog of Konoha, you always were, Jiraiya, replied Orochimaru. As they were about to charge at him, Orochimaru did a single hand sign and suddenly detonations could be heard all over the village. This is what he ordered his men to do. They planted exploding tags that could be activated with his chakra all over Konoha. The traitorous snake then used this distraction to shun Shin away from there. Leave him be, we don't have the time to run after him. At this rate, a full-scale fight with him inside the village would cost us a lot in terms of human lives and repairs to be done after that, said the Sandame. He then turned to the Umbu commander. After dispatching the enemies inside the village, do not pursue them outside and just help stabilize the situation inside. The Umbu immediately departed from the roof to relay the new orders. He will come back, you know, sensei, said Jiraiya in a serious tone. Yes, I know. That is why I wish to give you a new mission after everything is over here, replied an equally serious Sarutobi. Inside the stadium, almost every disguised Otonin had been neutralized by the combined forces of Konoha and Suna. The large-scale genjutsu used earlier was in fact the work of Kurenai. It was a simple sleeping genjutsu. Everyone under the rank of Chunin had been put to sleep for their own safety, including the civilians and the nobles' guests. A small number of genin did manage to resist the jutsu, Shino, Shikamaru, and the Sand siblings. Naruto had been awakened by Kurenai after she finished her jutsu. All of them assisted in dispatching the enemy shinobi forces. Time skip, council chamber, 1 week later. 1 week had passed since the day of the failed invasion of Konoha by Orochimaru. Sarutobi was currently debriefing his council about the aftermath of the battles. We lost 31 civilians, 57 shinobi, and we have over 200 wounded, Suna lost 48 shinobi, and it has been confirmed by Jiraiya-sama himself that the Kazekage has been murdered weeks before the day of the finals, reported the Umbu commander to the council. We estimate that Orochimaru lost more than 300 shinobi, and we captured 117 of his men, announced Hibiki. The damage to the structures all around Konoha were extensive. I estimate that the repairs will be complete in approximately 3 months, added Shikaku. Sarutobi took a moment to think, then addressed the council. Very well, we have confirmation that Suna has been played by Orochimaru and was not voluntary in this invasion. For the duration of the repairs, all genin will be confined inside the village to help, and their jonin will be reaffected to higher missions outside the village to maintain our position of the strongest ninja village, announced the Hokage. Furthermore, it has come to my attention that within the lives we lost in our shinobi forces, most were Chunin ranks. Therefore, I will now announce the nominations for Chunin promotions from the current exams, added the Sandaime. The contestants nominated are Aburame Shino, Hyuga Niji, Nara Shikamaru, and Uzumaki Naruto, said Sarutobi. Every council member was nodding until they heard the last name, which caused an uproar from the civilian side. What? Why him? We cannot let that thing advance in the ranks, were the things shouted from the civilian side. Sarutobi then flared his chakra in the room, silencing them. Did you fools not see his skills at the exams? If I only had one spot for the Chunin promotion, it would go to him automatically. He managed to subdue by himself an enemy Jinchuriki who went berserk. And do I need to remind to you that promotions of MY Shinobi only concerns the ninja side of the council? I do not require your permission. Moreover, Naruto was the one who saved all your lives again, as he is the one who warned me about the invasion after he talked to the Suna Jinchuriki after their fight. Finally, not only you fools were looking at him in the finals. Foreign shinobi were also in the stadium as we open our gates to everyone during those times. Who do you think they will all report to their leaders about first when they come back to their village? No one could find any argument to counter the Kami no shinobi, and he then dismissed them all. Time skip, Hokage office 1 week later. True to his words, Sarutobi had to sigh again as he opened the last edition of the bingo book when he saw that Naruto's profile had been updated. It read, Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Nickname, Konoha's Kaze no Kami. Age 13. Rank, A+. Status, Chunin. Main attribute, Kenjutsu, Ninjutsu and Fuinjutsu. Affinities, Wind. Bloodline, unknown. Description, has a very high affinity to the wind element. Holder of the mythical dragon summoning contract. Defeated Momochi Zabuza the Kirigakure no Kijin in Wave Country. Defeated Sabaku no Gara the Suna's Ichibi Jinchuriki. Action, engage with caution. Bounty 30 million Ryo dead or alive in IWA. Apparently, news of Naruto's progress traveled fast. IWA had the habit to target any promising shinobi from Konoha, so that wasn't really a shock either. Just then he was interrupted from his reading by the appearance of Naruto and Jiraiya in his office. Good to see you both here. I have an important mission for you too. Chapter 15. The Price of Glory. Hokage office. Sarutobi sat in his office. In front of him were standing Naruto with his new Chunin vest and Jiraiya. Naruto-kun, sit down please, we need to talk. Now the last events from 2 weeks ago taught me one thing. Do you know what I learned? Asked the old man. That you shouldn't let masked men sit near you during official meetings? Replied the blonde with a smirk, making the 2 other people in the room chuckle at his reply. No, Naruto-kun. I learned that I'm getting old, too old in fact to continue to keep this hat, said Sarutobi as he took off his Hokage hat. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight. Why, you're finally giving me the hat, Gigi? Asked an astonished Naruto. After a few seconds where both Sarutobi and Jiraiya had serious faces, almost too serious in fact, all of a sudden all hell broke loose. Ha 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 ha, that's not nice to laugh, Jiraiya. Ha 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 ha, started Sarutobi. But did you see his face? Ha 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 ha. This is too much, Naruto, you are the best, continued the pervert. The poor Naruto was red in anger and embarrassment. He could also hear the hidden umbu behind the walls laughing their hearts out as well. After a few moments, the older people in the room and in the walls finally calmed down. No, Naruto, as much as I would like for you to become my successor, you are not quite ready for that yet. Don't let it get to you. This may not be your time yet, but I know that time will come, and I'm sure Jiraiya feels the same about this," said Sarutobi, getting a nod from the hermit. Naruto then gave them a bright smile and then let Sarutobi continue. "I called you both here today for an important mission, Naruto, a rank at least." Naruto's eyes widened at this, his first A-rank mission as an official Chunin. "Your mission is to go find my old student and teammate of Jiraiya. Her name is Senju Tsunade, and she is the one chosen to replace me," finished the Kage. "Okay, if she's Erosenen's old teammate, then I guess she's strong enough to have the hat and to protect Konoha. When do we leave?" said Naruto, making the two men smile. "The mission will start in 2 hours. Now there's something else we must discuss," started Sarutobi as he made hand signs to seal the room from any spying activity. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this. What could be more secret than the identity of the next Hokage? "Naruto, you have to promise me to stay calm and let me finish talking before you say anything," asked Sarutobi with the most serious tone Naruto ever heard from him. "Good. Now I know Natsuki already explained you who your mother was." He got a nod from the blonde. "Well, this is about your other parent. Naruto, this is about your father." At this point, Naruto jumped up from his seat with his eyes wide opened, looking at the Hokage, a million thoughts crossing his mind. Seeing this, Jiraiya came up to him and put a hand on his apprentice's shoulder before saying, "I know you were always told that no one knew who your father was, that your mother never told anyone, but that was a lie," said Jiraiya as he felt Naruto's body starting to shake under his hand. "Naruto, your father was Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage and my student," finally said Jiraiya, looking into the blonde's eyes. But then, how, why?" were the only words coming out of Naruto's mouth. "I'm so sorry, my boy. I know you always wanted to know about you, father. Learning that your father, the man who you consider as your idol, the one who sealed Natsuki in you and condemned you to a life of misery, are one and the same person must hurt you terribly, but you have to understand the reasons," pleaded the old man. Minato was a man loved by all inside the leaf, but he was also a man feared by all throughout the world. He was the only shinobi with a flee on sight recommendation on his bingo book profile in every village that was considered hostile to Konoha, added Jiraiya. "If any of those villages had learned about you being his son, regardless of the means we would have taken to protect you, they would have sent countless assassination missions to take you out before you could even say your first word. That is also the reason why we couldn't let Jiraiya, your father's sensei, take you with him, as everyone would have been able to understand the link between you and your father," said Sarutobi. "This is how much your father and his legacy were feared, the price of his glory," finished Jiraiya. "Are you going to be okay, Naruto-kun?" asked a worried Sarutobi. "We could always postpone the mission or assign it to someone else." Naruto took a deep breath before he spoke. "I'm not fine right now, Gigi, but I want to be. I want to be someone my father would be proud of when we finally meet again. He put his trust in me and he gave me what most consider a curse. But to me, Natsuki is not. She is a blessing." He said those words with determination. Natsuki, who was listening to the whole thing, had tears in her eyes. How she wished she could be out of the seal at this moment and take her mate in her arms. "I love you so much, Naruto-kun. I know we ended up together through odd events, but I'm glad we did. Before I was sealed in you, I never experienced those emotions. It was only thanks to the seal your father created that through our link I learned the feelings of love and compassion. I know that you will find a way for us to be together in the real world one day, and I can't wait for that day to come." Naruto heard Natsuki through their link, and it only fueled his desire to become a better man. "I understand the price of glory, Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sensei. It took from me my family and my childhood. I will not let it take away my future," said Naruto with conviction in his voice as he bowed to the two men before him and left the office to prepare himself for his next mission. The two veteran shinobi were so stunned by the wisdom displayed by the young Chunin that they didn't even register that it was the first, and most likely the only time he would address them with a respectful honorific. It took them a moment before they could move from their spot. He will go far, sensei. Further than any of us and probably even further than his father, said Jiraiya with pride. I'm sure he will, Jiraiya. All we can do now is to look after him and help him achieve his dreams. I'm counting on you, Jiraiya. Don't let anything happen to him. He may not be ready right now, but he is the future of Konoha and most likely the future to change this terrible world too, replied an equally proud Sarutobi. I will, sensei, and don't worry, I will also bring Tsunade back, announced Jiraiya as he also left the office. Sarutobi's eyes suddenly widened. He forgot to tell them about the new bingo book and Naruto's heritage. Konoha main gate, 2 hours later. As he made his way to the gate, Naruto could not help himself, as he took a long look at the Hokage mountain. The fourth face carved in it now held a whole new signification to him. He held his fist in its direction, silently taking an oath. I'll make you proud, Dad. I'll become a man you will be proud to call your son when the time for us to meet again comes. I'm sure he's already proud of you, Naruto, watching over you from the afterlife, added Natsuki. He then arrived at the gate where Jiraiya was already waiting for him and they immediately left. Small village, 4 hours later. As Jiraiya went in an information-gathering mission, Naruto was left alone in a room they booked in a hotel to pass the night. He was about to go to sleep when someone knocked at the door. This made him frown. The pervert had a spare set of keys and no one should have been up to date with their mission. He used chakra to strengthen his vocal cords and talked in a more masculine voice. Yes, what is it? He asked first. Room service. I have a message for a man called Jiraiya. Can you open the door? Replied an unknown voice. Naruto understood the situation immediately. They had made sure to use fake names for their check-in. He was proud about the name they came up with. He went with Yukimo while Jiraiya went with Orochipedo. The names made the receptionist frown at them. Not that they cared. The man behind the door was obviously up to no good and Naruto understood he had to get the hell out of there. I think you have the wrong room, sir, he said, then made his way to the window of his room. He was about to escape when the door violently opened, revealing 2 men dressed in strange black robes with red clouds on them. One of them looked like an overgrown Sasuke while the other looked like he was constipated or something with the look he had on his blue face. Naruto-kun, I need you to come with us, said the Sasuke look-alike. You have the wrong person. My name is Yukimo, though with how you just called me you may be a friend of my roommate who goes by the name Orochipedo, replied a grinning blonde. That was enough of a taunt to make the raven-haired stranger develop a twitch in his left eyebrow. You have become quite famous, Naruto-kun. We came for you before you can get stronger or someone else tries to take you out for your bounty, said the same man while his partner was still laughing at Naruto's earlier reply. What bounty? What are you talking about? Asked a genuinely surprised Naruto. Looks like you don't know that IWA offers 30 million ryo for you, dead or alive, finally said the second man. Naruto's eyes widened at the news. He was a marked man. People actually wanted him dead outside of the village, not even knowing about his father yet. He would have to think about it later. For now he knew none of his more powerful techniques were useful in a confined place like this hotel room, and those 2 clowns seemed to have some skill too. He then remembered a new jutsu he developed just after the exams, thinking about an opponent who gave him troubles during the preliminary fights. Futon. Shurshur Kaku no Nikigo, he thought in his mind before taking a deep breath and charging chakra into his lungs. As he expelled the mass of air and chakra from his lungs, he directed the blast in the direction of his 2 opponents who did not imagine that he could perform jutsu with no hand signs or calling them out loud. Naruto managed to perform an attack that reproduced what the Oto Shinobi Dosu had done to him, using air vibrations to attack his internal hearing system. The 2 mysterious men in front of him were obviously not expecting that kind of attack and did not protect their ears before it was already too late. The wind attack broke their balance for a short time, allowing Naruto to run past them in the corridor to try to run away until he could get his hands on the damn pervert. Naruto had to smile at the success of his new jutsu. No matter how experienced a shinobi may be, there was no way to train or subconsciously protect one's internal hearing organs. Unfortunately, he only made it halfway to reach the end of the corridor when the 2 men got out of the room. He understood that experienced shinobi could still recover quicker than others from that kind of attack. He cursed that he didn't have the time to perfect the jutsu, He imagined that at full power he could eventually permanently destroy an opponent's internal hearing organs with his jutsu using the right chakra output. "Well, I'll admit that you're stronger than what your file says about you, Naruto-kun," said the first man before adding, "Kisame, take him out, we can't have someone of his level running freely." The larger man turned to Naruto and began to charge at the young blonde with his large sword. Before he could reach Naruto, who had left his weapons and gears inside the room, a man-sized frog appeared before Naruto and shielded him from the sword slash. Naruto turned his head and was relieved to finally see his sensei. Jiraiya had an unconscious woman on his shoulder and seemed a little embarrassed. After putting her down against the wall, he addressed the two mysterious men. "Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, how pleasant meeting you there," he said. "Jiraiya of the Chunin, supposed to be as strong as he is a pervert." One of them replied. "Ero Sennin, how did they immediately find your weak point?" asked Naruto. A still embarrassed Jiraiya scolded Naruto for the nickname but then turned immediately serious after that, took a fighting stance and called his technique Kuchios Gamaguchi Shirbari, called the hermit as the walls of the corridor turned into a strange organic substance. "Kisame, we're leaving," calmly said Itachi as they started to run to the other side of the corridor. As they were about to get trapped by Jiraiya's jutsu, Itachi used a strange black fire jutsu to dig his way out. Jiraiya sealed a portion of the strange black fire into a scroll to study it later, then returned to his student. As he dispelled his jutsu, Jiraiya was suddenly attacked by a green blur. Naruto recognized the man as being Lee's sensei and asked what he was doing there. "I'm so sorry, Jiraiya-sama. I came here on a mission from Hokage-sama to warn you that young Naruto here may have new enemies after him," said Guy as he explained the new bingo book update to them. "Okay Guy, your mission is done, you can return to Konoha," said Jiraiya, dismissing him. "Hi Jiraiya-sama, I heard about your mission. Please bring her back to heal my student too, I beg of you," said Guy as he bowed then left. Jiraiya and Naruto then returned to their room. "Okay Naruto, I've got Tsunade's last known position. It's a town not far from here called Tenzakugai. It will take us 2 days to get there. I'm sorry I wasn't there immediately for you today, but you did good against them alone," said Jiraiya. "Thanks, Ero Sennin," replied the blonde. "Time to up your training. While we travel, we will work on improving your Rasengan," said Jiraiya as they called it a night. Chapter 16, Princess Hunt. Tenzakugai. Naruto and Jiraiya arrived in Tenzakugai at noon. It was a pretty huge town, and since the last accident, Jiraiya decided it would be a better idea to stay close to his disciple at all time. That also meant that the old hermit could not go on his solo information-gathering missions anymore. They decided to start looking for Tsunade in the more touristic part of the town, known for its cultural monuments and mostly in this case for its gambling houses. According to Jiraiya, Tsunade was supposedly a big-time addict on gambling games. This made Naruto wonder if this was really the right person to succeed his Gigi in becoming the next Hokage. When they arrived in the touristic area, they came across the ruins of what was supposed to be a huge historical castle from before the shinobi era. This surprised Jiraiya since it was still here the last time he went here. They spent the whole afternoon looking for Tsunade in the several gambling houses in the area but did not find her. It was starting to get dark outside and Jiraiya decided to stop looking for the day. They made their way to a local inn to eat dinner. Inside the inn. As they went inside the inn, Jiraiya suddenly stopped in his track and stared at the back of the room. His eyes widened at the sight of the person they had been looking for all day. "Tsunade," said Jiraiya with a loud voice. "Jiraiya, what are you doing here?" replied a young woman who stood up from her table in the back of the room. Naruto was stunned. This woman was their target, the last person on Ero Sennin's team with the traitorous snake. She did not look to be in her 50s at all. Naruto could honestly admit that she was extremely beautiful and that she could give Natsuki a run for her money. There was another woman sitting next to her. She appeared to be younger, most likely her assistant. "Please. If she's really the pervert teammate, then she's probably using a henge to hide her true appearance," said Natsuki. Naruto followed Jiraiya and they all sat at the same table. After ordering some food, Jiraiya started to engage the conversation with his old teammate. It's been a long time, Tsunade Shizen, started Jiraiya. Indeed it has. Nevertheless, I can't help but feel a little nostalgic. You are the second ghost of the past I've met today, replied Tsunade. Orochimaru, huh? What did he want? Asked Jiraiya. Nothing much, it was just a greeting. What do you want with me, though? Said Tsunade as she exchanged a look with her disciple Shizun, telling her to keep quiet for now. Sensei has issued an order for you to come back to Konoha. You are to become his successor as the Godame Hokage, replied Jiraiya bluntly. Tsunade's eyes widened for a second before she closed them and took a deep breath. I refuse, I'm not going back to that place. Besides, Hokage is a shitty job. Only a fool would want to become one, said Tsunade with a mocking tone. Naruto suddenly snapped. He jumped from his seat on the table and tried to punch Tsunade. Jiraiya stopped him in time. Why did you stop me? I won't let anyone badmouth Gigi or any other Hokage in front of me, even if she is your ex-teammate, said Naruto with rage. Calm down, Naruto. She is the best person to succeed the old man. She's the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the best medic ninja in the whole world. Don't you remember there are still lots of injured people back in the Leaf that need her help, including that mini-guy clone, said Jiraiya. Who is this boy Jiraiya? Asked an irritated Tsunade. That's Uzumaki Naruto, newly promoted Chunin and my part-time apprentice, replied the Toad Sage. Tsunade was surprised to meet the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko, son of the last Hokage, and her distant relative Uzumaki Kushina from her grandmother's side, Uzumaki Mito. I don't know about her medical skills, but we could probably find much better than her to be Hokage. Look at her seriously. A 50-year-old drunk who uses a henge to look young and spends most of her time gambling, said Naruto. You've got some guts, Gaki. Want to take this outside? Replied Tsunade. Fine by me, said Naruto as they all left the inn. Outside the inn, Tsunade and Naruto faced each other on a deserted street outside the inn. Jiraiya and Shizun were on the side of the road. I only need one hand to beat you, Chunin, said Tsunade. Naruto ignored the jab and charged at her. Unfortunately for him, she proved that she was indeed one of the legendary three. Her taijutsu skill was a lot better than his own. She managed to evade all his hits. She immediately took advantage of a moment of hesitation from him to send a devastating punch to his ribs. He flew 50 meters backwards and could feel that she most likely broke some of his ribs. Before I send you to the afterlife, tell me, why do you care so much about the Hokage? Said the medic as she made her way towards him. You wouldn't understand, because unlike you, to become Hokage is my dream, he replied with conviction as she stopped for a second, seemingly lost in her thoughts. Seeing an opening and despite the pain he felt in his chest due to some broken bones, Naruto managed to stand up and charge at her. It's still in the development phase, but I have to pull it off. She will see through everything else I may launch at her, thought Naruto as he charged a Rasengan in his hand, then started to channel wind chakra in it. Tsunade was pulled out of her musing when she saw the approaching orb. Thinking fast, she decided to punch the ground in front of her using a special taijutsu move. Okasho, she said. The hit pulled large rocks out of the ground, blocking Naruto's path. Naruto managed to pull through the first rock but was stopped by the second one. His technique lost stability, then dispelled, leaving him unprotected as an avalanche of rocks buried him. Shizun quickly pulled him out and started to heal his body as Jiraiya made his way to Tsunade. That was overkill, Tsunade. You didn't need to go all out against a Chunin, said Jiraiya. It's your own damn fault, Jiraiya. Why did you teach him the Rasengan? A move he obviously can't master at his age. That's why he sprouts shit about the being Hokage, replied Tsunade. Naruto, who had been healed by Shizun, joined them at that moment. That wasn't Rasengan, you old woman. That was my elemental version of it. I just mastered the Rasengan last month. I only started training to add elemental chakra to it since yesterday. Just give me 3 days and I'll master the new one. Tsunade was so stunned by the fact that Naruto already mastered the Rasengan and that he was trying to add elemental chakra to it, a feat that even its creator, the Yondaime, could not achieve, that she completely forgot he just called her an old woman. A man doesn't go back on his words, Gaki, she said with a smirk before adding, Want to make a bet? What kind of bet? He asked. If you manage to complete that jutsu of yours, you win. I'll even let you 5 days to do it. If you can't complete it after that time, then you will admit that the position of Hokage is shit, and then you with Jiraiya will leave me alone," she said. "What if I win?" he replied. "Then I'll come with you, I will even give you this," she said as she showed him her necklace, making Jiraiya and Shizen gasp. After Jiraiya explained to him where the necklace came from, Naruto accepted the bet, and they all left the street to retire for the night. Time skip, 4 days later. Naruto was training just outside the town. Several holes in the trees, ground and surrounding rocks could be seen. Shizen had chosen to stay with him, to help him if he injured himself during his training. Jiraiya and Tsunade were in town, most likely drinking in some bar at the moment. Shizen had a kind and caring attitude. She was a great medic like her mentor. Naruto enjoyed spending time with her. It felt like he was with the sister he never had. He sighed as he just failed again, another attempt to mix wind chakra to his Rasengan. "Can I help you in anything, Naruto-kun?" asked the brunette. "I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I can make a perfect Rasengan and my control over wind chakra is top-notch," replied a dejected Naruto. "I see what you mean, it's like you're trying to look left and right at the same time. Maybe your brain is just supposed to work that way," she replied, trying to give him a medical or scientific point of view on his problem. Naruto's eyes widened at her remark. The solution was so simple, he didn't even consider it. "You rock, Nachan. How could I not think about it? Thank you so much," he said, then made a swarm of Kage Bunshins and started to train again. Not understanding what she did for him but seeing that he cheered up, Shizen smiled and continued to watch over him. Hotel room that night. Shizen made it back after she just healed Naruto. He trained until he had chakra burns on his hand and lost consciousness after using too much chakra. She thought that he would be out for 2 days at least, a little sad that he would lose the bet. As she was about to go take a shower, Tsunade came back. She asked her master if she planned to accept the mysterious deal Orochimaru proposed. Seeing Tsunade hesitate, she tried to threaten her against betraying the leaf. It only served to anger the blonde medic as she sent a powerful punch into her apprentice's stomach, effectively knocking her out. The next morning, as Naruto woke up, he saw that he was back in the hotel. He immediately jumped out of the bed when he saw an unconscious Shizen lying on the floor. He managed to wake her up, but she panicked, thinking that it was already too late to stop her master from going to Orochimaru. She was relieved when Naruto told her that only a few hours passed since she brought him back to the hotel. She was about to run out of the room by the window when Jiraiya stopped her. He had been drugged by Tsunade, most likely to prevent him from following her to Orochimaru. Shizen told them everything. Orochimaru needed Tsunade to heal someone for him, and he offered in exchange to bring back to life the 2 people Tsunade lost in the previous war. They decided to head out to the place where Tsunade was supposed to meet Orochimaru. With Tsunade made it to the place where she met Orochimaru and his henchman the last time. The snake was already there waiting for her. "Have you come to accept my offer, Tsunade?" asked Orochimaru. Tsunade closed her eyes. The faces of her little brother and her fiancé flashed through her mind. She took a deep breath, opened her eyes and then replied, "No, I refuse. I may not have always held Konoha in high esteem, but I will never betray what my brother and my fiancé died for. Now I will kill you for even trying to make that deal with me." As she finished, she threw a punch to a wall behind her, shattering it into dust as if it was made of glass. "Come to think of it, we never seriously fought against each other in the past," said Orochimaru. As he was about to charge, Orochimaru was interrupted by his subordinate Kabuto. He was following Shizen and discovered that she was on her way, but what worried him was the people who were coming with her. He told his master of the incoming interruption and they tried to flee, only to be pursued by an angered Tsunade. Naruto and the others arrived a few minutes later only to see the damage caused by Tsunade and deducted that she refused the deal and Orochimaru did not take her answer well. They then followed her trail. Tanzakugai outskirts. Tsunade was getting tired. Fighting a fellow Sannin and his assistant at the same time proved to be a lot more complicated than she thought. Orochimaru found that they lost too much time, so he used a weakness of Tsunade to incapacitate her, her fear of blood. She was instantly paralyzed at the sight of blood and rapidly took several hits. As they were about to take her out, a smoke bomb was thrown between them. When the smoke cleared out, Naruto and his group were all around Tsunade. Orochimaru gritted his teeth at the sight of the two men who prevented his invasion plan from working. His old teammate, the Toad Sage, and the Fox Brat. Shizen started to heal her master immediately. Tsunade was still in shock due to her phobia of blood. Jiraiya was not ready to fight either. The effect of the drug Tsunade gave him still hindering his movements. Naruto knew he was the only one at 100% on his side. Kukuku. Nice seeing you again so soon, Jiraiya, and you must be the Kyuubi brat. Uzumaki Naruto, it is really nice to finally meet you, started Orochimaru. Naruto, you take the assistant. I'll handle Orochimaru, said Jiraiya as he saw Shizune still healing her master. Shizune, cover us as soon as your master is better. Orochimaru immediately summoned two giant snakes. He jumped on top of the first one, while Kabuto took command of the second one. Seeing this, Jiraiya tried to summon his battle frog too but failed miserably, not being able to use his chakra correctly. You are still an idiot, Jiraiya. Well, I guess this is Tsunade's work since even you wouldn't mess up that kind of jutsu, taunted Orochimaru. Seeing his master being insulted, Naruto decided to participate in the battle as well and went through hand signs. Ninpo, Kuchios no Jutsu, he chanted as he slammed his hands on the ground. Then two giant dragons appeared. The first one was the fire dragon Hiryu that he already summoned during the Chunin exams. He didn't know the second one. It had a very long green serpentine body with short limbs and large claws. It had two long horns on top of its head and red piercing eyes. It is an honor to be summoned again, Naruto-sama, said Hiryu. Greetings, Naruto-sama. I am Shirin, a venom dragon. How may we serve you? Said the second summon. I need you to assist me and my master in defeating our enemies on top of those two snakes right there, replied Naruto, showing Orochimaru and Kabuto. Naruto jumped behind Hiryu while Jiraiya went with Shirin. Chapter 17. The Will of Fire. Outskirts of Tanzakugai. As the smoke resulting from Naruto's summoning technique cleared out, Orochimaru cursed as he remembered that the blonde could also summon. Tsunade and Shizen were stunned to see Naruto bring out not one but two large dragons, mythical creatures that were thought to be long gone. Naruto was riding on top of Hiryu, a flying fire dragon. They were high in the sky above the position of Tsunade and Shizen. Jiraiya was standing on the ground in front of Tsunade and her apprentice. He was surrounded by the long body of Naruto's second summon, Shirin the crawling venom dragon. With Naruto used his chakra storage seal immediately since summoning two huge dragons did take a lot out of him. As he felt his reserves go up again, he then addressed his dragon. Okay, looks like Erosenin is in position as well. Hiryu, let's try some fireball against them first. We'll try to separate them and then engage the silver-haired one, said Naruto to his dragon. Very well, Naruto-sama. Hang on tight, please, we're going down, replied the fire dragon as he started to dive in the direction of Orochimaru and Kabuto on the ground. As they reached his firing range, Hiryu slowed down their speed and then gathered some air into his lungs to prepare for his assault. The fire dragon launched a huge fireball, targeting the space between Orochimaru and Kabuto. As the fireball impacted the ground, Orochimaru and Kabuto quickly moved away from it in two different directions. Naruto could analyze that those snake summons were pretty fast in their evasion movements, making it hard to hit them with Hiryu's fireballs. Cover me, Kabuto. I'll go finish Jiraiya and Tsunade while they're still not at 100%, said Orochimaru. Hi, Orochimaru-sama, replied Kabuto as he positioned himself and his snake mount between his master and the approaching form of Naruto on his dragon. Naruto saw Orochimaru and his snake's retreating forms and smiled as the first part of his plan was done. He could now focus all his attention to Kabuto as he commanded Hiryu to continue bombarding their target from the sky. Kabuto cursed at the blonde. Even if he was following the orders of his master, he was pulled further and further away from the side of Orochimaru. His original plan was just to temporarily distract Naruto while allowing his master to finish the other group, but always with the possibility to assist him in the event that fighting two fellow Sannin members proved to be too hard. Now he was dragged too far from Orochimaru to possibly help him. With Jiraiya, Naruto did his job. Orochimaru is coming alone this way. Prepare yourself, Shirin, I'm counting on you. I still can't mold my chakra properly thanks to Tsunade's drug in my system, said Jiraiya to the dragon Naruto summoned to assist him. Very well, Jiraiya-dano. I shall assist you in fighting off enemies of Naruto-sama. My abilities allow me to throw acid or poison blasts. My claws are coated with a very strong neurotoxic agent that can kill an average human in seconds, and my scales are pretty resilient to any elemental or physical attacks, replied Shirin. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune were all impressed at the dragon's ability. However, before they could discuss further about the dragon's powers, Orochimaru arrived on top of his giant snake summon. Still trying to play the hero and protect Tsunade, Jiraiya. You are both so pathetic, it disgusts me that people would put us three on the same level. No matter, after today I will be the only one of us to stay alive, said Orochimaru. Jiraiya exchanged a nod with Shizune, and she suddenly took her master and fled the area, leaving Orochimaru and Jiraiya alone. Seeing this, Orochimaru tried to cut their retreat but had to stop to avoid an incoming blast of acid launched by Shirin. The attack missed, but everyone could see when it fell to the ground the damage it did, melting concrete rock like it was nothing. Shirin charged air in his lungs to prepare for another blast of acid aiming at Orochimaru. Seeing this, Jiraiya tried to help with his currently limited powers. As the spray of acid left the dragon's mouth, Jiraiya went through hand signs and called his jutsu, Doton, Yomi no Yuma. Orochimaru was ready to evade another blast of acid when he suddenly felt the ground shake. Looking down, he saw the ground had transformed into a swamp. Seeing his summon trapped and the incoming spray of acid upon them, Orochimaru cursed and abandoned his snake. The creature was hit this time. The acid spread all over its body, killing it instantly. As he landed, Orochimaru went through hand signs and then took a crouching position. Mandara no Jin, he called his jutsu. From his mouth thousands of snakes came out, slithering as they made their way towards Jiraiya. The swarm of snakes took the form of a giant living wave as they approached Jiraiya's position. When they were close enough, each of them opened its mouth and the tip of a sword could be seen in each of their mouth. Jiraiya was aware that if he tried to evade the attack, it would continue its path and reach Tsunade and Shizune. As he was trying to come up with a jutsu to stop the incoming attack, Shirin suddenly took position around him, shielding the Toad Sage with his own body. The attack hit them hard. Jiraiya could feel the ground shaking all around him. When the ground stopped shaking, Shirin moved his body so Jiraiya could get out. What Jiraiya saw made him widen his eyes. The snakes dispelled, but not without leaving a present. Shirin's body was covered by stab wounds by the swords they had. He was bleeding profusely. I'm glad you're all right, Jiraiya-dano. I'm sorry I cannot help you further though, said the dragon as he was about to dispel himself. That's quite all right, Shirin, you did more than enough. It seems Tsunade's drug effects on my body finally wore off. I have full control again on my chakra. Thanks a lot for your assistance. I will tell my student that you fought admirably. You can go back now, replied Jiraiya as Shirin dispelled himself after bowing his head. Jiraiya now faced Orochimaru. Both of them lost their summon protection and were ready for the second round while Tsunade was still recovering from her previous fight. With Naruto and Kabuto were currently in a stalemate. Naruto could not hit Kabuto and his snake because they were faster, and Kabuto could not reach Naruto and his dragon since they could fly. They could hear the sounds of the battle between Jiraiya and Orochimaru still going on. Kabuto was even worried for his master when they saw the snake summon die after being hit by the other dragon. He decided to try to change tactics to catch the inexperienced Chunin off guard. Kabuto waited for Naruto to get close again before he went through hand signs. Katan. Kasumi Enbyu no Jutsu, he said as he expelled a huge cloud of burning ashes all around them. Kiryu was fine inside the opponent's jutsu, but Naruto wasn't. He had to lower his guard to protect his airways and gave Kabuto the opening he needed. Kabuto launched another jutsu on the blonde, Sunny-Eye Jashu. He called as he launched snakes at Naruto that managed to catch him and throw him off his dragon. Naruto landed hard on the ground and still found it hard to breathe due to the ashes in the air. Kabuto was about to charge at Naruto to finish him when he heard someone launch a jutsu at them, Dokugiri, as dark cloud of smoke appeared out of nowhere and surrounded him. He was fast enough to jump out of the cloud, but the snake couldn't. Kabuto turned his head in the direction of the voice who called the technique, and he saw that it was Tsunade's assistant. They had unknowingly reached Tsunade and her apprentice during their fight. His snake suddenly vomited blood and fell to the ground dead. He knew that her previous attack must have been based on poison, being a medic himself. Seeing Naruto still down, Shizen prepared herself for another attack and launched a second Dokugiri in Kabuto's direction. When the smoke cleared out, Kabuto was nowhere to be found. Shizen's eyes widened as she realized too late where he was. Kabuto jumped out of the ground and used his chakra scalpel to sever the nerves in Shizen's legs, effectively preventing her from moving away as he went to kick her to the side. Seeing an unprotected Tsunade not far from him, he decided to go finish her off before she had the chance to regain her strength and composure. As he was about to land a hit on the still unmoving Tsunade, he was kicked out of the way by Naruto. "Are you all right, Tsunade Bakon?" asked a still panting Naruto. "Naruto, what are you doing? He is too strong for you and you have barely any chakra left. You must flee. Leave me alone here and save yourself," replied an emotional Tsunade as flashes of her younger brother and fiancé dying went through her mind. "Don't worry. None of you will leave this place alive," said Kabuto as he stood up and charged in their direction, but had to fall back after Hiryu landed in front of him, preventing him from going further in that direction. "Hiryu, can you stall him for a bit? I need some time to prepare my next move," said Naruto to his dragon. The dragon nodded and started throwing fireballs at Kabuto while staying on the ground to cover his master and Tsunade, spreading his large wings to prevent Kabuto from seeing Naruto prepare his attack. Naruto ignored Tsunade's pleas for him to leave her and save himself and made a single hand sign, "Kage Bunshin," he said as his clone appeared. He then turned his head in Tsunade's direction and gave her a smile. "Don't worry, Bachan. Until I become Hokage, I will never die," he said with conviction as he charged a perfect Rasengan while his clone channeled wind chakra in the chakra orb. As he arrived running behind Hiryu, who was still blocking Kabuto, he ordered his dragon to fall back. "Now, Hiryu," he yelled as the dragon suddenly jumped in the air, then dispelled himself since he used most of his chakra to fire continuously at Kabuto. Kabuto saw that it was too late to fall back and decided to take on the attack head-on. He went through hand signs and called a jutsu, "Kuchios? Rashomon," he called as he placed his hands to the ground. A huge structure rose from the ground in the shape of an enormous door with demonic markings all over it, while Kabuto was in a crouching position behind it. Naruto also decided to go through with his new technique and launched it against the strange structure in front of him. "Futon, Rasengan," he called as he slammed his jutsu against the door. As Naruto's jutsu touched the Rashomon, a huge flash blinded everyone. Then the sound of an explosion could be heard. Naruto's Rasengan expanded upon impact and completely vaporized the defensive structure. It then continued on its original path behind it, catching Kabuto off guard and dragging him along. It finally stopped 50 meters later against a huge rock. As the jutsu finally dispelled, Kabuto appeared crushed against the rock that stopped it. He was cut in several places. He was heavily bleeding as he laid there unconscious on the ground. Tsunade was stunned. Naruto did complete his jutsu in only 5 days. The results were astonishing. This Rasengan had to be 10 times more powerful than the original one, judging by the look of what it did to the Rashomon. Naruto took a peek at the results of his first successful attempt to make the wind version of the Rasengan, then looked back at Tsunade with a grin. "I win the bet, Bachan," he said before falling to the ground unconscious due to chakra exhaustion. Tsunade rushed to him and saw that he was fine. She smiled, took off her pendant and attached it around Naruto's neck. She saw that she also finally stopped shaking due to her crisis earlier after seeing blood. "Yes, you win, Naruto. It seems I'm finally free of my past and from my old demons too," said Tsunade as she took the unconscious body of Naruto in her arms and hugged it with tears in her eyes. With Jiraiya, both Sannin were in a high taijutsu battle when they saw the flash of Naruto's jutsu. Their eyes widened at the sight of the damage done by that jutsu. "Looks like Naruto finally did it. I knew he would," thought Jiraiya. To think that he could go through the Rashomon, even if it was a low version of the true Rashomon. Jiraiya has recovered from whatever Tsunade did to him, and Tsunade herself looks like she's back in business as well. It's a shame I couldn't get her to heal Kimimaro-kun for me. I will have to go with the original plan and get Sasuke-kun after all. Analyzed Orochimaru. I can't let that one get stronger either. He is already close to Kabuto's level. He could prove to be troublesome later if I let him grow further. As Orochimaru finished his thinking, he managed to catch a still unfocused Jiraiya off guard and temporarily paralyzed him. He then charged in Naruto and Tsunade's direction with his sword drawn. With Tsunade was healing the minor cuts Naruto had all over his body when she felt the killing intent of Orochimaru behind her. She turned in time to launch herself between the snake and Naruto, taking the hit instead of the young blonde. I didn't target you, why do you put your life on the line for him, Tsunade? Asked Orochimaru. Because he is the future of Konoha. He is a bearer of the will of fire, and I will save him even at the cost of my life because from now on I am the Godame Hokage of Konoha, roared Tsunade as she stood up and used her technique. Infuin Kai, Sozo Seze, said Tsunade as she glowed, her chakra healing every injury she had. Orochimaru was at a disadvantage now. He had already used a lot of chakra against Jiraiya and the other dragon summon, so he took several hard hits from Tsunade who had had the time to recover. Seeing that drawing the fight further was pointless, first Tsunade would never help him now and second he couldn't match the firepower of two Sannin at the moment with Kabuto down, he decided to pull back. He jumped back towards the down form of Kabuto and then fled the area. After some time Jiraiya and Shizune finally managed to get back to Naruto and Tsunade. Are you all right? Asked Jiraiya to Tsunade. I'm fine, I will recover after a good rest, replied Tsunade before adding. He did it, Jiraiya. He really finished what Minato started all those years ago. Yes, I saw the result of the jutsu. His parents would be proud of him. He has the will to never give up. He is a true shinobi of Konoha, a bearer of the will of fire, said Jiraiya looking down at his disciple with pride. Let's go home, she finally said. Chapter 18. Leaving the Leaf. Naruto and his group decided to take the long route to go back to Konoha. As none of them had really recovered from their battle with the traitorous snake, they decided to take it easy until they reached Konoha. Consequently, they stopped at every hot springs, taverns and gambling houses on their way back to the Leaf. Jiraiya usually disappeared as soon as they arrived in a new town, supposedly going to scout the area for any potential danger, but you could almost always find him near the hot springs. Tsunade just went for the taverns to order their most expensive sake or just spent her time losing money at the local gambling houses. That only left Naruto and Shizune trying to prevent their master from doing those stupid things. As they finally made it back after 2 long weeks in front of the main gates of Konoha, everyone had different reactions at the sight of the giant doors. Jiraiya had a lecherous smirk on his face, most likely ready to go explore the less recommended